Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Please take your seats. We're starting with the first session this morning, and I would like to call the speakers involved in this first conversation on financing climate action. I would like first to call on the moderator, Mr. Robbie Redda. He's the director of the South-South North and country head for Climate and Development Knowledge Network for Ethiopia and Kenya. And then we have two discussants, Honorable Alhaji Darbo. He's the chairperson of the Finance and Public Accounts Committee of the Republic of the Gambia, Honorable Darbo. And we also have Honorable Eisenhower Mkaka, the Minister of Natural Resources and Climate Change of the Republic of Malawi. Honorable Mkaka, welcome. So at some point, the speakers may be required to share mics. We don't have enough of them. The UNECA doesn't have enough of them.
Can anybody hear me? Is the microphone working? No? Okay. This one's working. Okay, great to know. Good morning, everyone. I'm humbled to be chairing this session. With me are the Honorable Minister, Mr. Eisenhower Mukaka, from the Ministry of Natural Resources and Climate Change in Malawi. And also to my left is the Honorable Mr. Alhaji Darbo, who is a Member of Parliament of the Republic of the Gambia. He's the chairperson of the Finance and Public Accounts Committee. So our topic today will focus on financing climate action and will specifically focus on country experiences. So it's an honor to have you both. Excellencies, what I would like to do today is focus on the nationally determined contribution, which are country-level plans and commitments that serve as building blocks for the global climate change negotiations. There are country plans that each country develops, taking into account, a longer-term perspective. And this nationally determined contributions were updated in 2021 in the lead up to Glasgow, the climate change conference in Glasgow. So, they would be important in letting us know of the status quo in terms of adaptation and climate financing and what the countries are thinking in that context. But Excellencies, I'm very happy for you to draw from other strategies or whatever you think relevant, so you don't feel restricted to the NDC only. My first question will be, to Your Excellency, the Honorable Mr. Makaka. What does your NDC say in terms of climate change adaptation, resilience building, and implementing climate response actions that take into account vulnerabilities, vulnerable groups, and also, including children? So, if you can tell us a bit on your adaptation plan in the NDC. I'll pass on this microphone because this one seems to be the one working, but you can try.
I think this one is working. Thank you.
Thanks.
Yeah, thank you so much, moderator. Like you said, NDCs are basically country-specific pledges in terms of what countries have as plans for adaptation and mitigation. And as far as Malawi is concerned, we have budgeted for 46 billion United States dollars, and we aim to reduce emissions by 55% by the year 2040. And this is an aggregate figure, and we are looking at possibility of getting co-financing by our development partners and ourselves. And we are also looking at the NGOs, and particularly we are looking at international access through, for example, the Global Environmental Facility, GEF, the Least Developed Countries Fund, LCDF, Adaptation Fund, Green Climate Fund, and other development partners like the World Bank, UNDP, EU, GIZ, JICA, and USAID. You see, if we are to win this battle against climate change, there is need for us to have concerted efforts. We all need to put our hands on the deck. We all need to bank hate. We all need to pool our resources. And the sad reality is most, if not all of African countries have contributed the least to climate change. In fact, it is estimated that we have contributed less than 4%. And yet we are bearing the brunt of climate change. And therefore it makes sense that we get support from those that contributed the most to climate change. So in a nutshell, I would say that this is the ambitious plan that we have as a country. We would like to reduce emissions by 55% by the year 2040, and our budget stands at 46 billion United States dollars.
No, thank you very much. Thank you very much for that. And also for demonstrating, telling us a bit more about the unconditional, what you intend to do with your own resources and what sort of resources you want. Maybe we will unpack that a bit more. I'll move over to the Honorable Mr. Darbo. If you'd like to tell us a bit more about your NDC and the adaptation and what it says in the context of adaptation and vulnerabilities. And yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much, moderator. Like any sub-Saharan African country, the Gambia does not necessarily contribute much to global warming, notwithstanding. Climate change is also a threat to the country. Since then, the country has made that commitment to prepare its national determined contribution, that is the NDC. Since 2016, we had the NDC 1 in trying to adhere to adapting and resilience against climate change. And the country also had the second NDC in 2021. And this has clearly shown the position of the country by policy, how committed we are in averting the impact of climate change. It appears the national determined contribution is donor-driven. The significant part of the fund is acquired through donor funding. The country also contributes some amount to the national determined contribution. Overall, the budget allocation of the national determined contribution cannot be identified unless and until what the Ministry of Finance suggested that we should have what is called the budget coding and then the scoring system so that we can easily portray what allocation of the NDC in the national budget for easy accountability and then monitoring. But with all that, you can be able to read what the NDC of the national budget look like if you know the issues that are climate change related and then the projects that are around that area. Significantly, that will tell you the position of the NDC in the national budget.
Yeah, thank you very much. You raise a very important point in the sense that, tracking budget through budget coding and demonstrating how much of our own resource, the country's resource we use for climate change actions is extremely important because in the global context, what comes up is, we as least developed countries, African countries, it sort of seems as if we're asking for the entire lot to come from the global north to help us with our climate actions. Moving along in the context of resource allocation, the Honorable Mr. Mukaka, you've mentioned already that you're doing actions through own funding or you're allocating part of your budget for climate adaptation actions and so on and so forth. What sort of projects are these? What sort of interventions are these? Are these, what is the priority? What sort of actions are you doing through resources that you obtain? Are they relevant to it? In terms of, what they are, in terms of project-wise, but also in terms of their relevance to sectors that are child rights and so forth.
Well, yes, the programs that we have as a country are driven towards resilience and adaptation. And there are those programs that are specifically focusing on children. And, you know, the issues of or matters of climate change are cross-cutting. And there is need, and that's what we do, for collaboration amongst and between the different actors. So, for example, my ministry would be in collaboration with the Minister of Gender and Children Welfare and the other ministries, because you know, some of the or in many cases you find that the programs that you implement will cut across so many sectors. So, for example, I mean, when you talk about the children's rights, you will be talking about matters of education. You will be talking about matters of nutrition. So, when you are looking at the specific programs, you should be looking at those programs that will address the specific rights of children, particularly, because when, for example, we had cyclones in Malawi, and of course the surrounding countries, you had families being displaced, children being taken out of school, and their nutritional needs being affected and all that. So yes, without mentioning the specific programs, generally I would say that when we are talking about these programs that are looking at the resilience and adaptation, they will be looking at issues that directly impact on the lives of children.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. It's very clear, and that, you know, the adaptation priorities in Africa are also related to livelihood, nutrition, education, and so on and so forth. And you know, those are important priorities, and good you've elucidated that. Can I ask you, Honorable Mr. Dabo, if you would like to add more in terms of what Gambia is thinking of in terms of adaptation type projects, including through own financing?
The Gambia, as I said, is a very committed country to the fight against climate change, as I indicated earlier on, which is enshrined in our NDC 1 and in our NDC 2. In both, it is reflective contribution financially that we commit ourselves and to conduct the fight against climate change. Children, in particularly, beneficiaries in acquiring any fund accrued for climate change. They are beneficiaries for that matter. It is this grant, for example, the Global Environment Facility, Gambia benefited from $240 million, and then the resilience against food and nutrition security. We key beneficiaries for that fund. Children are the key. That's about $1.5 million fee. The Climate Resilient Fishery Initiative for Livelihood Improvement Project, $17.5 $5 million. These funds, the children are key beneficiaries. This has outlined the This is clearly demonstrating how important the children are factored in our NDC and raising funds to combat against the climate change.
Yeah, thank you very much. I'm going to ask a question that's sometimes raised, and because your country, country representatives, it's quite important to ask this. How easy has it been to mobilize resources from international sources? And by international climate funds, I mean the Green Climate Fund and the likes. And I would like to start with the Honorable Mr. Darbo, if you'd this time around.
It is not easy for one to acquire funding where competition is always very high. Notwithstanding, the Gambia was very instrumental and had an aggressive approach in trying to raise funds towards fight against climate change. The Gambia is known for good planning, as indicated in your write-up. This attracts the donor funding, and it happened that when we had change of government from dictatorship to a much democratic rule, we became the darling of the Western world, and it was very easy for that approach to attract the donor funding to projects that are geared towards improving the lives and the livelihood of the Gambians.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much. I'll hand over to you, the Honorable Mr. Mukaka.
When you're talking about ease of access to the existing climate action funds, I think we will be looking at both the demand and the supply side. On the demand side, you are talking about countries trying to access funds from financiers. And on the supply side, you're talking about the financiers who avail resources to countries that do demand the same. On the demand side, I would say that there has been challenge in terms of capacity to come up with bankable concepts and inadequate submission of the same. There has also been uncoordinated responses amongst key players, and as I said, inadequate capacity and skills in climate change management. On the supply side, you are talking about lengthy approval processes. Sometimes it's taking 2 years and 3 years to have a proposal processed and approved. And this is a big challenge. I've always said that whilst we are busy planning, busy thinking, climate change is not waiting for us. We need to be instantaneous. We need to be immediate in our action in as far as climate change is concerned. And the longer we take, the more damage climate change is causing to us. So these lengthy processes, in as far as approval is concerned, are causing more damage in as far as climate change is concerned, or dealing with the issues of adaptation and mitigation.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I do appreciate it. Let me ask one last question. And given these challenges, given on one hand the capacity to develop bankable projects on one side, and also the protracted processes of international climate funding institutions, what does the future hold? How do you think of your access to climate finance, the way forward? And also, if you could relate it to issues that are priorities now, emerging priorities like gender, and in the context of adaptation, gender, the youth, children, and so on and so forth. Yeah, thank you.
I would say that all is not lost. There is still hope. What is needed, like I said earlier, is for us all to put our hands on deck and make sure that we achieve the intended goals in as far as adaptation and mitigation are concerned. I think we are going through a learning curve. We've, all of us, not gone through this before. We are learning together, and I believe that those that are responsible for approvals will also learn from the mistakes. They will also appreciate the fact that delaying approvals has got very negative consequences in as far as dealing with issues of climate change is concerned. At the same time, in the spirit of working together, I believe that those that are responsible for financing will help in developing capacity in those that are demanding their services. It does no one good to see approvals being rejected whilst climate change is raining havoc. I think if we are to succeed, let those that are responsible for financing train and teach those that are demanding their services. That way, we will all end up winners, and no one is going to be a loser.
Thank you very much. Yeah, thank you very much for that intervention. The Honorable Mr. Dabo, if you would like to tell us a bit more around, what the future strategy towards accessing climate finance would be, and particularly in aspects, in emerging and new aspects, but also in general, the country's strategy towards better climate finance access.
Even whereas one would say success have been achieved in raising funds towards combating climate change, I would say that in the Gambia, roughly about $3.9 billion have been raised in the current budget. Against the national budget, that is about 14%. Along the way, yesterday it was mentioned that sometimes pledges are made, but they are not honored or adhered to. If we are to go by that, it means we still have a long way to go in raising funds towards climate change. In my country, there is a need also. We try to look into ministries that are related to issues of climate change and to ensure they acquire adequate funding on projects that are related to climate change. Let me say, for example, a key ministry that is related to issues of climate change. One among them is the Ministry of Environment, Climate Change. Only 0.95% of the budget is allocated to that particular ministry. And then the Ministry of Gender, where the children actually fall on the category, only 0.3% is allocated to that ministry. For education, 13.32% is allocated, and health, 10%. But going by the Abuja protocol, at least 15% of our budgetary allocation should be allocated to health. If we actually want to contribute significantly against climate change, I am saying the contribution of our national budget in these ministries that have issues related to climate change should be improved, in particularly the gender and children, and then environment. I said there are challenges in raising funds because the competition is very high. That is to say, we need technical assistance and advices in order to prepare project proposals that can attract donor funding. Yesterday, my Minister for Gender did say she's traveling out to New York. That is what is expected of our ministries that are related to the issues of climate change. They should engage in aggressive approach of raising funds towards climate change. Through that, we've been getting more external donor funding, but we can increase that aspect of the donor funding if we are aggressive in the raising of the donor funding towards climate change.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. And I mean, you raise a very important point in the sense that it's not just increasing climate finance, but also increasing funding in sectors that are relevant to climate change, because they also have the responsibility of mainstreaming climate change. Thank you very much. I will seek the guidance of the organizers whether I can open this up for discussion.
The discussion was not planned
Okay.
on this
Okay.
session.
Okay. In that case, thank you very much. Really great to have you both, and I do appreciate that. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Robbie, and our eminent speakers. We are now going to show a video, a documentary. It's more of an infographics video. Yesterday, we heard from the children what climate change means on their day-to-day lives. Today, it's more of an infographics and statistics that, that we summarizes some of the findings in our study. And we thought that it's very, important that we hear that today as we conclude, as we prepare to conclude the conference. Thank you.
In a world where droughts, floods, and disaster events have become commonplace, climate change is now impossible to ignore. Children are more vulnerable to these environmental shocks than adults for several reasons, including physical and psychological vulnerability. Many children live in areas that experience multiple overlapping climate and environmental hazards. For this reason, organizations like African Child Policy Forum are critical in researching and monitoring these issues and creating dialogue via platforms such as the International Policy Conference on the African Child. Through combined efforts, we can influence pro-child policy and promote a common voice for the continent's children. Africa as a continent is responsible for less than 7% can influence.
We apologize. We are restarting. The sound is not very... We're asking ECA to restart this.
In a world where droughts, floods, and disaster events have become commonplace, climate change is now impossible to ignore. Children are more vulnerable to these environmental shocks than adults for several reasons, including physical and psychological vulnerability. Many children live in areas that experience multiple overlapping climate and environmental hazards. For this reason, organizations like African Child Policy Forum are critical in researching and monitoring these issues and creating dialogue via platforms such as the International Policy Conference on the African Child. Through combined efforts, we can influence pro-child policy and promote a common voice for the continent's children. Africa as a continent is responsible for less than 7% of global emissions, and its emissions per capita are less than half the global average. However, Africa's children bear the brunt of these effects. Sub-Saharan Africa has 35 of the 45 countries globally at highest climate risk, and there are 490 million children living in these countries under the age of 18. This imbalance in cause and effect is the paradox that stands in the way of meaningful change happening on the continent to address emissions. The continent is the lowest contributor to climate change, yet it is the principal victim. Children constitute about 50% of Africa's population, and they will need to make their way in a world that will become far more dangerous and uncertain in the years to come. The worst economic effects will be felt when children today reach their expected peak earnings by 2045, with up to an 80% decline in income growth compared to today. The Children's Climate Risk Index is a conceptual model that brings together the variables of a child's exposure to climate and environmental shocks and the vulnerabilities that the child may experience to give an index ranking. The countries that are the worst affected by climate change, according to the Children's Climate Risk Index, are also the countries with the highest under-5 mortality rate. The Central African Republic, Nigeria, and Chad, which occupy the first 3 positions in the index, rank 5th, 2nd, and 3rd respectively in global under-5 mortality. Child survival threats like malaria, diarrhea, and undernutrition have worsened. Overall, the death rate from climate change is between 60% and 80% higher in Africa than Southeast Asia, the next most vulnerable region. Girls are particularly vulnerable given the existing gender inequalities in access to water, sanitation, and hygiene that are exacerbated by climate change and environmental hazards. Natural disasters such as droughts, floods, and storms kill more women than men and tend to kill women at a younger age. The effect that climate change has already had on Africa's inhabitants is clearly measurable. The GDP per capita is almost 14% lower than it would be if anthropogenic warming had not occurred between 1991 and 2010. This economic damage may be 10% higher than the next most affected region, Asia, particularly India, and more than twice as high as in the US, Eurasia, and Latin America. Extrapolating forwards, in just under 8 years from today, almost 40 million additional people in sub-Saharan Africa could be pushed into extreme poverty due to climate change, more than in any other world region. This is a burden that cannot be taken lightly. In Niger, Somalia, and Guinea-Bissau, the world's 3 most climate-vulnerable countries, poverty rates already stand at 77%, 89%, and 85% respectively. One of the most direct effects of climate change is on food production. By 2030, it will lead to an increase in the price of maize by 65% in East Africa, 89% in West Africa, and a staggering 129% in Southern Africa. A persistent 1 degree Celsius rise in temperature will cause the loss of 65% of current maize growth capacity and an estimated 20% drop in world food production. A 2 degrees Celsius rise in temperature will increase the prevalence of stunting by 7.4%, reversing the progress made on improving nutrition over the past decades. Water scarcity has led to increased livestock death, with a devastating impact on families for whom livestock are the main source of income and nutrition. In the next 2 decades, between 37 and 125 million additional African children will be subjected to water scarcity. By 2050, in sub-Saharan Africa, people will on average have less than 2,000 calories a day, compared with over 2,300 in 2000, negatively affecting physical and intellectual development. An estimated 25 million children will be undernourished due to climate change. When climate change creates conditions of increased stress on family units, children are often the first to feel the impact. The sudden drop in household income due to a severe climate event has led to child labor as a risk management strategy. In the regions of Ethiopia worst affected by the recent drought, child marriage has on average more than doubled in the space of 1 year. In one region alone, FGM has increased by 27%. In Malawi, out of the 4 to 5 million girls at risk of getting married, around 1.5 million of them are pushed into marriage because of climate change-related events. Across the continent, climate-induced displacement leaves children at a much higher risk of abduction, abuse, trafficking, and recruitment into armed groups. Children are disproportionately impacted by conflict, and climate change is recognized as a threat multiplier due to its role in exacerbating the usual causes of conflict. For example, changes in climate increase the competition for scarce resources, such as water or grazing land. Many of the factors that increase the risk of civil war are sensitive to climate change. Ongoing conflict also tends to diminish the capacities required to adapt to climate change. Of the 10 most climate vulnerable countries, the DRC, Mali, Somalia, and Sudan have also seen some of Africa's most violent events between 2010 and 2022. Environmental threats due to climate change force 37.5 million children to have their education interrupted every year. The number of children at risk of dropping out of school in Ethiopia, Kenya, and Somalia due to the impact of the drought tripled in the space of 3 months in 2022, from 1.1 million to an estimated 3.3 million children. Water scarcity and long hours spent by children to fetch water has negatively affected children's schooling, and a child who experiences temperatures above average is predicted to attain 1.5 fewer years of schooling than one who experiences average temperatures. Across Africa, displacement due to climate-related disaster events is a significant issue. Between 2008 and 2019, they caused the displacement of 23 million people. In the first half of 2020 alone, almost 10 million people were displaced in the Horn of Africa. This number of internal climate migrants is only expected to worsen. By 2050, 86 million people will be displaced in sub-Saharan Africa due to climate change. Climate change discussions in Africa and globally are ongoing, and yet in most cases, governments are not involving children in these deliberations. Only 13 countries in Africa have developed and published their national adaptation plans, and very few of these plans mention children. Only 3 African countries funded measures to address climate risks within their investment priorities. Africa's adaptation cost is higher than in any other region in the world, at up to 1.4% of GDP. In 2010, in Copenhagen, wealthy nations made a pledge to commit $100 billion a year to less wealthy nations by 2020 to assist with climate change adaptation and mitigation. However, the amounts mobilized per year since then have ranged between $58 billion and $80 billion. This is just a fraction of the $1.3 trillion per year by 2030 that African negotiators called for at COP26 in Glasgow. The financial gap between what is available and what is needed in Africa for meaningful adaptation currently stands at 80%. Today's children are not only paying a heavy price due to the climate crisis now, but they are likely to continue suffering from it well into the future. Climate change is, therefore, both a present danger of considerable gravity and complexity, as well as a lifelong tragedy facing Africa's children. Therefore, concerted, multi-layered action needs to be taken to, amongst others, create climate awareness among children and the public, including in school curricula. Develop national climate adaptation and mitigation plans that fully take children's needs into account. And to ensure greater climate justice, including in climate financing by the wealthy, in order to address the needs of the poorest majority who are suffering the consequences the most.
Thank you very much. These videos and documentaries will be uploaded on our website. They're already there. But I'm talking mostly to our civil society partners in the room. These are very heavy files. We do understand that these are very high-density, heavy files. So we'll try to make them available on thumb drives for tomorrow. I know there's a civil society gathering tomorrow, and I hope my colleagues will make these documentaries available for you, copied on flash drives. We believe that these are very important documentation and information in your work, in your advocacy at national level, but also awareness raising at the national level. Thank you. We are now going into the second session, session 6, Adaptation and Building Resilience to Climate Change. I would like to call on to the chair of the session, Her Excellency Ambassador Djeneba Chanye, Head of Mission, Permanent Representative to the AU and the UNECA, Embassy of the Republic of Gambia. Welcome, Excellency. The speakers. Honorable Professor Fodé Moriba Jaward, Minister of the Environment, Republic of Sierra Leone. Honorable Aya Benjamin Waril, Minister of Gender, Children, Gender and Social Welfare, Republic of South Sudan. And we have received apologies for Honorable Collins Nzovu, the Minister of Green Economy and Environment of Republic of Zambia, who could not make it due to, workload. And he sends his apologies. Thank you.
Honorable Ministers, Your Excellencies, distinguished invited panelists and guests, ladies and gentlemen, all protocols duly and respectfully observed, good morning to you all. As the moderator or chair said, my name is Djeneba Chanye. I am the ambassador of the Gambia to the Republic of Ethiopia. I am also the High Commissioner of the Republic of the Gambia to Kenya. I am the permanent representative to the African Union and United Nations Economic Commission for Africa. But my most pertinent role, and the role that is the best in relation to this conference, is I am the co-chair of the African Platform on Children Affected by Armed Conflict. And it is co-chaired by the African Union Commissioner for Political Affairs, Peace and Security, Ambassador Bankole Adoye. And it is in this capacity that I am deeply honored to moderate this session on the adaptation and building resilience to climate change. On the stage with me are eminent panelists, carefully selected based on their diverse backgrounds and wealth of experience, to share their views on this subject matter and to share with us specific country experiences, such as the following for their guidance: the extent to which policies, strategies, and programs respond to climate change in their respective countries to protect children from the impact of climate change and protect the rights of children to clean and safe environment. The second question that they will answer and dwell on is the explicit references of children in their policies and plans if these documents address children's specific risks and vulnerabilities. They will also touch on the kinds of collaborations, if any, which exist between the ministries responsible for climate change, environment, and the ministries responsible for children's affairs, which we have seen with both ministers of Sierra Leone. And if these interventions to address the impact of climate change foster greater collaboration across different ministries, sectors, and actors in now the two countries that we have on the floor here. Fourthly, we would request that they touch on the efforts made to address the impact of climate change on children being informed by the meaningful participation of children of different ages, genders, capabilities, social background, rural and urban settings. And finally, we request that they kindly touch on the ongoing interventions being scaled up to build responding capacities of communities in a way that protects children from the impact of climate change. Now, to answer these many questions that I have posed to the Honourable Ministers, I welcome Honourable Minister Professor Fode Moriba Jawad, the Minister for Environment, Republic of Sierra Leone, and Honourable Minister Mrs. Aya Benjamin Warile, Minister of Gender and Social Welfare of the Republic of South Sudan. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, please be reminded that after this panelist discussion, it will be followed by interactive participants discussion, comments, questions, and an answer session. And I'm a bit of a stickler for time, but I shall be magnanimous as the chair was yesterday, and given the fact that we have one less panelist, I shall give the Honourable Ministers 15 minutes each to answer these numerous questions. He asked me for 30 minutes yesterday, but I'll give you 15 minutes this morning. So with these remarks, I invite the first panelist, Honourable Minister Professor Fode Moriba Jawad, Minister for Environment, Republic of Sierra Leone, to deliver his presentation. Honourable Minister, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, Person, Excellencies, Honourable Ministers, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I am delighted to have been invited by ACPF to make a statement at this 9th International Policy Conference on African Child on the topic, adaptation and building resilience to climate change. Let me start by thanking the chairperson of ACPF, person I've heard about for a very long time, and yesterday I was so happy to share a podium with her, Madam Gracia Machel. And last night I told my wife that I have met your icon. Oh, I want to see the picture. And I'm asking that I take a very nice picture with you so that I send it to my wife. I also want to thank the members of the Board of Trustees of ACPF and our dynamic Executive Director, Dr. Joanne Nyakuki. She's a wonderful person. I told her yesterday that I had to cancel my trip to Egypt for a pre-COP meeting just to be here because my sister, the Minister of Gender and Children's Affairs, had already told me about this conference, and I did not want to let her down, and also Madam Joan. So that is why I'm here. I also want to thank the host country, Ethiopia, because this is a wonderful place, and thank you very much for the hospitality. Ladies and gentlemen, Sierra Leone is a small country of 7.2 million people, but it is endowed with natural resources. However, rapid population growth and over-dependence of biomass for energy needs, water pollution, and environmentally unsound mining practices have caused environmental degradation, unemployment, and increased poverty. The confluence of these socio-environmental practices has further compounded Sierra Leone's vulnerability to the perils of climate change. It is estimated that by 2030, Sierra Leone will suffer cumulative annual flood-related losses totaling $200 million. And if an extreme weather event like the severe flooding of August 14, 2017, which killed over 1,000 people and destroyed over 300 houses, were to occur, it will cost the government $1.2 billion and harm over 5,000 people. Therefore, as a country, we welcome robust actions to adapt and build resilience to climate change during this very difficult global crisis period of COVID-19 pandemic and the Ukraine-Russia war. Madam Chairperson, Your Excellencies, the scientific basis for many of the world's environmental challenges are understood by most people. All of us here agree that our Earth is warming. The quality of the air we breathe, our sources of water are becoming poorer. Our forests, with their rich diversity of plants and animals, are disappearing at an alarming rate. And the ice caps are also melting, all due to anthropogenic activities. The problem lies in not taking concrete steps to tackle environmental issues head-on. In most cases, our policy decisions are swayed by either backlash from voters, prioritizing short-term economic gain over long-term environmental sustainability, or both. Ladies and gentlemen, the health and future well-being of our children in Africa are threatened by environmental degradation, climate change, and the exploitative marketing of harmful substances. Children suffer most from water scarcity, drought, flooding, as we all saw in the video, because most African countries have limited safety nets, widespread poverty, fragile health systems, and weak government institutions, making it harder for them to adapt or respond to climate change. Now the question is, what have we done in our respective countries to adapt and build resilience to climate change? Madam Chair, as a government, we have already demonstrated the political will to adapt and build resilience to climate change. About 2.5 years ago, a new stand-alone Ministry of the Environment was established for the first time in Sierra Leone. And I happen to be the first Minister of the Environment in Sierra Leone. The creation of this ministry has brought together all government institutions with environmental mandates that were working in silos. This decision has helped us progress in our environmental governance. A climate change secretariat within the ministry has been established. We also submitted a holistic NDC to UNFCCC, which addresses priority sectors that are affected by the impacts of climate change, including energy, agriculture and food security, forestry and land use, blue economy, water resources, fisheries and coastal zone management, gender and children inclusion, industry, waste, loss and damage. My ministry has also recently reviewed all the major national environmental legal instruments, including very old and obsolete laws, and the inclusion of environmental safeguards into an environmental, social, and health impact assessment study before starting any developmental project with an appreciable environmental footprint. We are also developing new legislations, such as those governing the release of air pollutants and the management of plastics and electronic waste. Madam Chair, Your Excellencies, distinguished participants, Sierra Leone's vision for adaptation is drawn from the initial National Adaptation Plan to enhance adaptive capacity, strengthen resilience, and reduce vulnerability by half by 2030 through increased risk awareness, improvements in rule compliance, increased institutional capacity, and an integrated approach to adaptation. This we hope to do across all sectors. And we are working with the Ministry of Gender and Children's Affairs, the Ministry of Agriculture, the Ministry of Environment, and the Ministry of Transport and Aviation. Ladies and gentlemen, the above vision supports proposals in the National Climate Change Policy, which was revised early last year. These national goals contribute to achieving the global goals of adaptation by reducing vulnerability through integrating adaptation considerations into all relevant plans, policies, and strategies. Furthermore, as a country, we are supporting community-based adaptation strategies, improving water resource management systems, improving meteorological services for early warning systems, and implementing a national clean cooking strategy for which an action plan has already been developed. On mitigation, our focus is on low emission and climate resilient development to achieve greenhouse gas emission reductions through well-targeted activities and projects such as the RED+. Our strategies include promoting alternative renewable energy like rural solar electrification, mainstreaming climate change programs into the development of port facilities, and introducing programs that will restore depleting forests. To support the restoration of depleting forests and degraded landscapes, the government, through my ministry, launched a national tree planting program in 2020 to grow 30 million trees by 2030. So far, about 3 million trees have been planted, restoring over 60,000 hectares of degraded landscapes and creating over 7,500 jobs for the unemployed youths and women. And I must add that the funding is purely from the government of Sierra Leone. Madam Chairperson, climate mitigation and the attendant consequences of displacement impact people and cities, with children being the most vulnerable. There is unequivocal evidence that the triple global environmental crisis of biodiversity loss, land degradation, and climate change are increasingly forcing people to leave their homes in search of safety and better livelihoods. Consequently, my ministry developed a new bill called the Development-Induced Resettlement Bill, which is currently in Parliament for enactment into law. This will address all resettlement issues, ensuring that all ages, including children, are adequately provided for in any resettlement issue. Madam Chair, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, please allow me to just highlight other efforts made so far. One, we have established a national disaster management agency to address all disaster management response issues. Two, we are promoting and financing innovative agriculture by moving away from the traditional slash and burn farming to IVS, that is inland valley swamps. Three, establishment of an environmental court to fast-track prosecution of all environmental infractions. Law enforcement officers have also been trained in environmental law, investigation, prosecution, and enforcement. Four, we have intensified education and information campaigns and developed a national communication strategy for Sierra Leone, which is actually the first time this has been done. Five, a customary Land Rights Act providing women's right to own land was enacted by Parliament just last month. Six, approval by Cabinet on Wednesday last week to rename the Ministry of the Environment to the Ministry of Environment and Climate Change. And my sister was in Cabinet when this was endorsed by His Excellency and the entire Cabinet. We took this into account because adding climate change to the Ministry of the Environment will help us in accessing the needed funds. Seven, in collaboration with the Ministry of Gender and Children's Affairs, we are developing a 5-year gender-sensitive strategic plan. And just this morning, I had our zero draft, let me put it that way. And 8, an education curriculum, including environmental and climate change issues, is also being developed. We are working with the Ministry of Basic and Secondary Education to develop this. Madam Chair, let me end with a quotation by the former UN Secretary General, Mr. Ban Ki-moon, and I quote, "Saving our planet, lifting people out of poverty, advancing economic growth, these are one and the same fight. We must connect the dots between climate change, water scarcity, energy strategies, global health, food security, and women's empowerment. Solutions to one problem must be solutions for all." End of quote. Let me assure you that Sierra Leone family remains committed to all international agreements and actions to develop a climate resilient future. I thank you for your attention.
Honorable Minister, 15 minutes, 50 seconds. Congratulations. Thank you very much, Honorable Professor Jawad, Minister for Environment and Climate Change. I now call on Honorable Mrs. Aya Benjamin Werele, the Minister for Gender and Social Welfare of the Republic of South Sudan. Ma'am, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My ministry is called the Ministry of Gender, Child and Social Welfare. I recognize all protocols and bring greetings from the children of South Sudan. Let me also take this opportunity to thank ACPF for inviting us to participate in this important conference, which is to address issues of climate change and its impact on our children. The Republic of South Sudan. This country has majority of its population as youth, and more than half are children. So when we are talking of children, means we are talking of majority of the population of South Sudan. The government, through different institutions, develop policies for the protection of children in the Republic of South Sudan. Starting from our constitution, the constitution provides for the protection of our children. And the Ministry of Gender, Child and Social Welfare and other line ministries have developed a number of policies. To mention a few, the Child Act, which is very important to us, was developed in the year 2008. We have Inclusive Policy for Persons with Disability, 2014, and the Social Protection Policy, also 2014. The Ministry of Education developed the National Inclusive Education Policy, 2021. This is very important to us because it addresses issues of persons or children living with disability. We have the Education Act of 2012 and the National Strategic Action Plan to End Child Marriage by 2030. We developed Children Without Appropriate Parental Care, 2019. The National General Education Policy, and South Sudan National Plan for Action for Children. This was done 2 years ago. We are also members to the regional and international convention. We just discussed our report on UNCC, our first initial report, and we have the protocol to the African Charter on the Rights and Welfare of Children, and protocol to the African Charter on Human and People's right on the rights of persons with disabilities, and then the protocol to the African Charter on Human and People's Rights on the rights of women in Africa. This one is awaiting the signature of our president. Madam Chair and dear participant, these policies that I've just listed and programs protect children from the impact of climate change and ensure their rights to security and clean and safe environment. The nationally determined contributions and national adaptation plan of South Sudan made references to children and addressed children, families, and women-specific vulnerabilities. There is collaboration among the ministries of environment, humanitarian affairs, health, Ministry of Interior, Ministry of Defense, Education, and Gender in fostering gender mainstreaming in sector-specific interventions, but also on children-related issues. South Sudan's efforts to address the impact of climate on children have not been informed by children participation of different ages, capacities, gender, and social background. We need to begin strategizing on how to ensure participation of our children in decisions on climate change. Madam Chair, dear participant, the impact of climate change in South Sudan is devastating. More than half of the 10 states are flooded. Livelihoods are destroyed. Communal violence over resources, abductions, displacement, schools and health centers inaccessibility, diseases, malnutrition, lack of clean drinking water, violence, abuses, exploitations, early marriages, pregnancies, blood compensation, recruitment in gangs and armed groups, child labor, and gender-based violence. Climate change has contributed to increased severity, durations, and spread of annual floods in South Sudan, which are increasingly unpredictable. Since 2019, floods have affected between 750,000 and 1 million people every year, forcing half of them to leave their homeland in search of safety and protection. Close to 1 million people have been affected by the current flood, which started this last year. And contrary to the past years, water levels in many locations are not subsiding, despite the onset of the dry season. This year, a higher number of children are now exposed to longer periods of time to the risks and vulnerabilities associated with the impact of floods, including lack of access to basic services and protection against abuses and exploitation. Children are suffering from many effects of flooding, including waterborne diseases, and there is high rate of forced and early marriages due to the factors of climate change. The Ministry of Gender, Child and Social Welfare, with the partners and other stakeholders, are working together to provide life-saving humanitarian assistance to the affected communities, especially children and women in the areas, by providing psychosocial support, livelihoods, and other support child and women-friendly spaces. They've also established case management services, especially on GBV. The Ministry of Gender, Child and Social Welfare is mandated to develop policies to protect children, persons with disability, and other vulnerable groups. We are working with our partners, development partners, and we are working on reviewing some of the policies and developing new ones. And this includes the review of the Child Act that I mentioned earlier, and also policies to protect children against substance abuse, because the cases are rising, especially in the cities, and training more social workers so that we are able to scale up our efforts in the protection of the rights of the children in South Sudan. Madam Chair, our main challenge is funding. And like many other countries, the Ministry of Gender is least funded. Though it has this huge mandate of safeguarding the welfare of the women, children, persons with disability, and other vulnerable groups. In our case, in South Sudan, the Ministry of Gender, Child and Social Welfare depend entirely on donor funding for the development of all the policies and programs. The humanitarian situation coupled with COVID worsened the situation. We are working closely with the civil society organizations and other stakeholders to lobby for more funding for women and children programs, and also to promote gender responsive budgeting. The revitalized transitional government of national unity has the mandate to implement the agreement that was signed in 2018 on the resolution of conflict in the Republic of South Sudan. And the reform agenda in the agreement presents an opportunity for us to identify gaps and entry points in our search for the protection of our children in the Republic of South Sudan. May God bless South Sudan, and thank you for your attention.
Thank you to you, Honorable Warile, Minister for Gender, Child and Social Welfare. I shall now take a few questions and or comments and kindly request you introduce yourselves as you take the floor. And to do it in a systematic manner, I will start with the various panels and do it by rows so I don't forget anybody. And if there's anybody from that first panel who wishes to take the floor, please raise your hand and I will give you the floor. In the absence of anyone from that panel, second panel. Okay, there's a gentleman at the row behind. You have the floor, sir. Please introduce yourself.
Thank you very much. My name is Evarist Murwana Shaka, coming from Rwanda, as head of programs of the umbrella of Human Rights Organization in Rwanda. So my question went to our panels. The question is that I have, sometimes you see that private sector is one of the contributors of climate change, but is not contributing more in tackling or environmental challenges. I'd like to know how does the government are involving private sector in addressing the issue of climate change, and also sometimes you see that private sector is using children in, for example, in environmental degradation like mining. How the government are monitoring the work of private sector which can cause environmental degradation. And sometimes there are the principle said the polluter pay. Polluter pay is where investors or private sector actors who contribute in environmental degradation can pay some money to restore the environment. I'd like to know how the strategies the government have to deal with those issues. Secondly, I'd like to know how children are being involved in planning and budget process for environmental activities. Thank you.
Thank you. And the gentleman right next to him, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Honorable Professor Fodi and Honorable Minister Warle.
Sorry, could you please speak a little bit louder into the mic? We cannot hear you properly.
No, it's good, huh?
Slightly louder, please.
Okay. So my question is for Professor Fode. What he mentioned now, the government of the Republic of Sierra Leone developed this induced bill for all resettlement issues in Sierra Leone. So this is, is a good, is the first experience, I think, in Africa for IDPs or these resettlement issues. I am from Ethiopia. And these days we are in civil war and we have more than 3 million IDPs and big resettlement issues. So please, Professor Fode, how we take, a lesson from Sierra Leone on some specific points of this develop this induced bill about resettlement issues. Thank you.
He wants to find out about the practices in Sierra Leone on how you handle IDPs. Yes, and the best practices from there. Okay, central panel, nobody? Okay, lady, you have the floor.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. My name is Dr. Joe Okeyo Dumakin, President of Women Arise in Nigeria. I want to thank our ebullient Madam Chair for the way she has handled this session. I first want to pass brief comment on the documentary we watched on African children and the peril. One disturbing thing that I noticed there is that the emission, Africa accounts to about 7%, but they remain the principal victim, and then recording the highest child mortality. So going straight to the presentation of the Honorable Professor Jawad, the Minister of Environment, you gave us robust things that have been done in Sierra Leone, that is in adaptation and building resilience to climate change. More importantly, you talked about demonstration of political will, which remains very critical. From some of the things that we read in the papers online during the severe flooding in Sierra Leone that killed over 1,000, having you on the hot seat, Prof, I want to find out, because when over 1,000 are killed, we have mothers who have children. What was the immediate actions that the government took in combating such things? Because it remains, climate change remains a cancerous effect, and if we don't nip it in the bud quickly, it can damage a lot of things. So what actions the government take to ameliorate the suffering of families during that severe flooding that killed about 1,000 souls? I know you made reference to the bill that will address resettlement, and then a national management thing that you also made reference to. So that is my question. The second and the last question is for Honorable Aya Benjamin, who are the Honorable Minister for the Ministry of Gender, Child and Social Welfare in South Sudan. A lot of policies that the Honorable Minister alluded to that had been made in South Sudan. I want to find out, another worrisome trend is the fact that you alluded to the fact that the ministry depends solely on donors. Does it mean that in terms of budgetary allocation, that the government of South Sudan allots zero budget to the ministry? And then lastly, more than 1 million people, Honorable Minister, you made reference to, have been displaced. So in combating this cancerous climate change, what are the steps that have been taken so far in taking care of all these people that have been displaced, because through displacements we have violence, we have early child marriages, we have a lot of ills, ravaging South Sudan. So I just want to note that, and I will find out from our civil society people what they are doing in ensuring that they drum support for the ministry, so that the government can also give them allocation in budgetary allocation, and they don't depend solely on donors. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Okay, please, you may have the floor.
Thank you very much. I'm Lebohang Dube from the Center for Child Law, based at the University of Pretoria in South Africa. My question is to the Honorable Professor Jawad. I'm also very interested in the development-induced resettlement bill. And I was excited to hear you specifically talk to the impact of climate change in urban settlements, in cities, particularly with regard to children. I wanted to ask if you could talk a little more about that with regard to the impact on children in urban settlements, particularly with the risk of homelessness. I know in South Africa that's a big problem, so I would like to hear more about that. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, the chairperson. My question goes to Professor Jawal of Ministry of Sierra Leone. You said in your country, you've now enacted the law which makes women to own land. Congratulations. And we all know that traditionally, especially in rural areas, there is traditional tenure, where land belongs to families and communities, as a result of which, in most of West African countries, including the Gambia and Sierra Leone, women have user rights, but not ownership rights. Now that you have passed this law, what is it like implementing it at community level? Because I want to learn from you so that we can also advocate for such in the Gambia. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. The last panel. Sir, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning to each and everyone. After having watched the documentary in the morning, it was still in the morning, and also have heard from the first panelists and also this one, I've realized that we seem to have all kind of like the same issues that we are trying to confront, and also we try to also see that we also develop a unique pattern of approach to addressing some of these issues. And I am of the view that since when we talk about issues of climate change, it's actually not unique to a specific country. It's global and also to its continental. I am of the view that now I think it's high time that when we look at our national adaptation strategies, we should now start thinking of going beyond at national level. I am thinking if there's a possibility from the speakers to think of, okay, like I have heard from the minister from Sierra Leone, who has given an in-depth strategy of what they are doing. And for me, it's quite convincing. How do we now move some of these ideas to have what we call regional adaptation plan? So that at the end of the day, what we could do at the national level is to buy in from the regional level, so that at the end of the day, in terms of monitoring progress, as per country, as per region, as per continent, how do we go addressing the issue of climate change, especially issues that are affecting children, so that at the end of the day, we have a kind of like a roadmap that we come back again and have what we call self-reflection at national level as to how far are we contributing to regional agenda. For example, we have heard from Sierra Leone, we have heard from Honorable Madam, that the issue of budget or the issue of funding has constantly been coming out, that when we talk about issues to address in Africa, all the time what we talk about is we don't have adequate budget to address that. But having a regional synergy around how do we mobilize resources together how do we support countries that are less privileged in terms of resource mobilization, so that at the end of the day, these issues that we are addressing, we cannot celebrate when Sierra Leone is doing better, because there is no celebration. Because if Sierra Leone is doing better, Gambian is not doing better, Senegal is not doing better, which means still now the problem will still persist on. So my question would be, is there any idea in terms of strategy that you are able to think of having regional adaptation plan to work as a region and also as a continent? Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, after those first rounds of questions and comments, I will give the floor first, not that I'm being gender biased, but because more questions are addressed to you. I'll give the floor first to Her Excellency, and she can respond to the questions, and I'll pass the floor to you, sir.
Thank you. I have this question on how we respond to the needs of IDPs. And Madam Chair, I would also request that you allow one of the participants who is from South Sudan, is a member of the civil society, also to respond. What we are doing, we have donor money that goes to national NGOs. Now, these national NGOs work with the state government or state ministries to respond to the needs of the people around. So when people are displaced, whether it's health, education, the issues, other social issues, we have NGOs who work together with the state government to respond to the needs of the people. The programs and the plans are ours, government, but being implemented by our partners. So, Madam Chair, allow one of our partners also to shed light on this. Thank you.
Absolutely, Honorable Minister. If the person identified by the Honorable Minister can, okay, go ahead, please take the floor.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair, for giving me the opportunity. I'm called Marco Matut. I'm the chairperson of Child Rights Coalition in South Sudan. As Honorable Minister also gave me a slot to be able to respond on some of the things that we are doing, I will be speaking particularly on the role of the civil society and other organizations that are responding. As she rightly put it, from 2019, the issue of climate change has affected South Sudan in two ways. During the main season, there is so much flooding, but also during the dry season, there is also a lot of conflict that arises as there is competition over small sources of water available. The agencies, including the CSOs, what they do whenever such situations occur, they do interagency assessment as part of the support in which the government is involved to be able to participate in assessing the IDPs, those that are displaced. And then various needs are identified, and these vulnerable people are supported across different sectors, starting from the child protection needs. This is where we do response in terms of providing child-friendly spaces where you do psychosocial support and case management, and also be able to reunify the children that are separated. The same thing to the education part where they put up temporary learning spaces so that their education continue even after they have been displaced, because most of the schools submerged into water, and now it means learning is stopped. We also provide other support in terms of creating awareness, because we know the season where water rises. So you always meet with communities, you form the community disaster committee to be able to monitor the time these floods occur, and also be able to reallocate to the high grounds. And these services are provided according to the thematic areas. For us, we work specifically on the child protection component, but we also do coordination through various classes where we provide the capacity building, especially to the State Ministry of Gender, Child, and Social Welfare. We co-lead the Child Protection Working Group and also GBB subcluster. These clusters are there to be able to inform on areas where there are crises related to flooding and the type of response that need to be given. Madam Chair, allow me, this is just some of the few things that we are doing, and it is a very challenging situation. I was sharing with my friend from ACPDF some of the short videos of how children have been affected by the flooding. So it is a daring situation in which now I got a small opportunity also to ask my question. I have seen a lot of data being presented, and even the ranking on areas that are affected, and I've realized South Sudan is not also included. And that means there is little data being gathered. Either we are not giving, or those that are experts like the ACPF are not really maybe paying keen attention. But I thought the youngest country can be given an attention like a small child, but this is not the case for us. So what are you doing to do proper data for the country? Thank you.
Okay, it's back on. Thank you. Thank you for your intervention, and I'm sure Dr. John will later address your question. But now I give the floor to Honorable Minister, Professor Jawad. Sir, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. And I must say that I appreciate all the comments and the questions, and I will try as much as possible to answer those I think I can. Those I cannot, definitely I cannot. But let me start with my brother, is it Emerson from Rwanda? He was talking about the private sector involvement and children, in the involvement of children in environmental activities. We do actually involve children a lot, especially in the tree planting project. We have nature clubs in schools. And when we're talking about children, we are talking about kids 18 years and below. If you're above 18, that's the definition for us. If you're talking about 18 and above, you are not a child, okay? And people talk about youth. I've seen people who are 45 years, I'm a youth. Yes, but for children, it has to be 18 years and below. And we involve kids a lot because we believe they are more vulnerable in terms of climate change issues, okay? So in tree planting, we have nature clubs in schools, and this year, we are saying each student should plant a tree in his or her compound. Not only planting a tree, but growing a tree. And there is a difference there. You plant and you abandon it. It doesn't grow. So we want tree growing. That's what I emphasize. So we are growing trees. Because, as I mentioned in my presentation, Sierra Leone is endowed with rich mineral resources. And previously, a lot of lands have been degraded because of mining activities. So our focus is to restore those lands that have been degraded. And also, we believe that involving children is very critical, especially when you teach children on what is pollution. When you drink from the sachet, don't just drop the trash, put it in a bin. It's very important. That is also education. And when you talk about environmental issues, climate issues, it doesn't matter where you are. You can class them in 4 disciplines. One of them is creating awareness, education, sensitizing people. Okay? What about ecosystem conservation, ecosystem management? What about environmental protection? These are the key things we have to look at. And please realize that in Sierra Leone, for example, the illiteracy rate is about 70% illiterate. So we say we are involving children in environmental matters. We are going to teach them climate change issues in schools. And why is this? Because whatever kids learn in school is gospel truth. Let me give you an example, a short story. My daughter was just 4 years old in kindergarten in the US. She went to school and the teacher was teaching them about acid rain. So the teacher explained, oh, when rain falls, you have sulfuric acid in the environment, and that, you know, the pH is below 7. She was very excited for science lesson. She came home. But the teacher had written the formula for H2SO for sulfuric acid. All H, big 2, big S, big O, big 4. So I looked at her note and said, oh, I said, darling, this formula should not be written this way. She didn't know what is a subscript. So I said, there is a big H, capital H, with a small 2. Big S, big O, with a small 4. She said, no, Daddy, that's not possible. The teacher said, is this. I said, but your teacher teaches you in elementary school. I'm a university professor. I know better. He said, but why can't you teach me? I said, okay, I'm going to write a note to your teacher. When you go, come back tomorrow and give the note to her and then we'll discuss it. She went to school, she gave the note to the teacher, and the teacher told her, your dad is right. That's environmental education. Why is this important? When kids go to school, whatever they teach them is gospel truth. So they can come home and teach their illiterate siblings, their uncles, their fathers who are illiterate. I think that goes a long way. So we are involving kids a lot in this. Private sector, yes. We are involving the private sector. Even civil society organizations, we are involving them. For example, in the solar projects, in agricultural projects, and also in this tree planting exercise. And the tree planting is not only with the Ministry of the Environment, even Ministry of Gender and Children's Affairs. They planted over 500 trees. Yes, the Freetown City Council, they are planting trees. So we are involving a lot of not only government institutions, but also private people. A question on flood, what efforts we've made. On the 14th of August 2017, we had a catastrophe in Sierra Leone. Heavy downpour for 24 hours, and we had huge flooding due to mudslide. Over 1,000 people died. Why was this? So when you want to solve a problem, you have to know why did this happen. So we took a holistic approach. And if I let me tell you, I was head of EPA, and 2 weeks prior to that, EPA staff were chased out of that particular location by people because they were building houses in the slope, along the slope. People who have been to Freetown will tell you that it's a mountainous town. They were cutting down the trees. So when it rained, there were no trees, because if we had trees, the roots will serve as a means for the water to go through, to percolate, to reach down. There were no roots. The trees are gone. So what happened? The water just washed away because the soil was loose. The roots were not holding the soil. So that led to that massive mudslide and killed so many people. Houses were buried. It's an estimate of 1,000 people. We really don't know how many people perished there. So what did we do as a government for that not to occur? As I said, in all of this, political leadership is very critical. So when we took over governance, we straight away set up an interministerial committee of 8 ministries. Ministry of Environment, Ministry of Water Resources, Ministry of Lands, Housing and Country Planning, Internal Affairs and Defense, Tourism, Fisheries, and I have been chairman of that committee. That is leadership. That committee has been working very hard. And since 2017, we've not had any major flooding that has killed so many people in Freetown because we have sensitized people. We've brought in structures, cleaning the gutters, okay? Educating people about the effects. Although everybody wants to live in the capital, but I always tell people the little things you do matter a lot as far as environmental issues are concerned. Sometimes you have to break protocol to achieve what you want. For example, we were here and we are assigned 1 vehicle each. I said, no, I'm going to ride with my sister. Because riding in 2 vehicles, we are emitting greenhouse gases. Carbon dioxide, go to the environment. Yes, sorry, I had to break protocol. We rode in 1 car. The driver, and the first day, yesterday, when we came at the gate, they said, my name is not on the list. I should not be in that car. The guy said, I said, let me see this. I said, that's my name, number 5, but you are not supposed to be in this car. I said, I'm in this car because we want to reduce. If you don't need to drive, don't drive, because when you drive, you emit carbon dioxide. Okay? So you are polluting, you are increasing greenhouse gases. That's what is leading to all these global warming and climate change issues. So we have to learn, the little things play a lot. So we did a holistic approach so that cannot happen, and we are also able to provide enough resources for the victims, and I think we did a good job. Somebody talked about the internally displaced people, I think, the IDPs. Yes, we have this new bill. I think the question came up again from somebody from, I think, South Africa, I'm not too sure. We have this new bill. We've had so many issues in Sierra Leone as far as displacement is concerned internally, especially people who are bringing in development projects like agriculture, like mining, and a lot of times children and women. So today I'm here for she, correct? Women and children, they suffer the brunt of it all. So what we have done is to bring this bill to say when there's anything like this, we have to cater, we have to account for whatever development or whatever catastrophe is taking place. And we all know that pollution has no boundary, okay? If there is going to be, for example, if heavy smoke in this room, it's not going to choose Her Excellency, Madam Gasha, or it's only going to affect her. It's going to affect all of us equally. So, in that vein, even though we are doing a lot of things nationally, we believe going regional is helpful. And this is why. When you collaborate with other people, even in applying for funding, it's far easier to get funding when it is interdisciplinary. We have few projects with Guinea and Liberia in the same region. The first time we applied for that funding as Sierra Leone in silo, we didn't get it. We partnered with Liberia. We got the funding. Okay? So, and I want to encourage the funding partners that when you see a project being implemented between few countries, I think it's cross-cutting, and I think it's the best way to go. Yeah, my sister, Madam Fatou. You see, it's a global village. Madam Fatou and I were in college together at Furabe, the mighty Furabe College. Madam Fatou, the right for women to own land is very important, and that bill has passed in Parliament. The president is empowering women. In Freetown, where the Creoles are, they are not allowed to even have land in the provinces. And when you go to these rural areas, a lot of times, women are not consulted in land issues. That has changed in Sierra Leone. Now women have rights to land. I think it's, my sister wants to comment on that. You want to add to that? Okay. I'll come back.
Just to add to what Professor has eloquently, can you hear me properly? Do I need to move closer? Can you hear me?
Yes, that's better.
Yeah. Just to add to what Professor has eloquently pointed out, in terms of addressing the issue, I think, as I said yesterday, we're implementing or taking a two-pronged approach. So there is the mitigation and the resilient approach that the Ministry of Environment is leading on. But also with my ministry, the Ministry of Gender and Children's Affairs, we're looking at this from a position of protecting the children is linked to the empowerment of women. So as a result of that, we embarked on a massive gender mainstreaming approach, mainstreaming the rights of gender into every sectoral policy and plan. This brought about the integration of the Lands Act, that women can now inherit as well as own land. Before, we had lands rights that women could have land, but it wasn't comprehensive. It had gaps, which is what you were alluding to, about community lands and that sort of thing. We addressed the gap by ensuring, for the first time in Sierra Leone, that women can now own land wherever, anywhere in Sierra Leone, and can inherit land anywhere in Sierra Leone. So that has now changed. So what we need to do now as a ministry, because this has only happened about a month ago, is with the regulations, my ministry is going to work with the Ministry of Lands on putting the regulations together. We need to now have structures in place, one, to educate women, also to educate the paramount chiefs and mammy queens, and put structures in place on how we can support women in the community, knowing their rights and how to access their rights. So this is a main thing for us. We are on this drive to ensure that every sectoral policy, every legal framework must now have gender rights included in there. I believe, and I think I speak for Cabinet and the President, that by empowering the women, you are protecting children. Yes, we want the children to have their voice. Yes, we want the children to speak, as we saw yesterday, demonstrated extremely well. But I think alongside that, the empowerment of women, empower women to have the economic empowerment, the knowledge empowerment, the standing and status to protect their children is also paramount.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you very much. Let me just come in there, because I'm a man, I'm a he for she now. But what happens is 90% of the time, women earn money and they take it to their homes. Men, maybe just 30%. And who are at home? The children. So when women go home with whatever they have, the children will benefit more. Now, my last point is on resource mobilization. A lot of things you do, maybe just little things will change the whole dynamics. In Sierra Leone, deforestation ranks number 1 as far as climate issue is concerned. Deforestation. And why is this? As I mentioned, there's a lot of tree cutting for charcoal, for mining, for agriculture, for urbanization. Don't wait for the millions of dollars. A pager or two will earn you $50,000, $100,000. Use that and implement it in communities. Let me give you an example. In Sierra Leone, nobody was using charcoal for cooking before. We inherited this from Liberia. During the Civil War, Liberians moved to Sierra Leone. And there's a chiefdom, the Mano Dase chiefdom, they had the largest community, they had the largest refugee camp. So when the Liberians came, that's what they practiced in. Cutting sticks, making charcoal for their living. At the end of the day, they went back after the war, and guess what? The indigenous, the people, started using charcoal for their daily living. So this was 2018 when I just took over as head of the Environment Protection Agency. I knew the area very well, so I engaged the stakeholders, the paramount chief, and guess what? She happens to be a woman. I spoke to her about this. I said, there is too much deforestation in your area. How can we combat it? He said, well, the people, they don't have other means of livelihood. I said, if I can provide alternative livelihood, can you help me combat it? She said, yes. And that woman, she's my icon. She's good. So what did I do? We wrote just a pager and a half. And we were able to get 150,000 US dollars from Jeff, small grant. I took that money, went to her, had meetings, consultative meetings. How are we going to stop people from, because it was huge. Charcoal burning was huge in that chiefdom. She agreed, and we provided food, seedlings, and tools for farming, agriculture, gardening, to be precise, beans, maize, etc. And guess what? That's what I want to replicate in the whole country. We have about 191 chiefdoms. That's the only chiefdom in the whole country. Nobody cuts a tree for charcoal. Nobody cuts a tree for charcoal. And the people are earning more money than when they were doing charcoal business. And I told them, I go to the store to buy this phone. The store owner is not going to ask me where I got the money from. No, maybe I stole it. I robbed the bank. Yeah, they don't know. So the point is, money is legal tender. It doesn't matter how you get it. So those people are now doing their agriculture, small gardening in the swamps, in the wetlands, small areas, and they're earning more money than when they were doing charcoal. So I want to, even though we go for the millions of dollars, yeah, that's good, but let's start the little things. The little things really matter. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, my colleague, the Minister of Gender from Sierra Leone. We all know that the issue of land is very sensitive, especially in the communities, in the rural areas. And in the urban areas, this local government will allocate land to women as they allocate land to men. And these lands are used for residential purposes, as you all know. But in the rural areas, it's more farmland. And when I said land is on a customary tenure in the rural areas, I mean land belongs to families. And I'm sure what operates in Gambia is the same thing that operates in Sierra Leone and other countries in Africa. We have seen situations where when a woman is married into a family in the rural areas, she will lose the farmland of the family. When she's divorced, she lost it completely. And sometimes when her husband dies, and she used to be inherited by a family member, she also loses the farmland. This is simply because in our communities, they have a strong hold on land which belongs to them in quotes. So if you come up with a law for women to own land, I'm sure it will be for the entire Sierra Leone, not only in the urban area. So we all know what gender mainstreaming entails. But then if you go to the communities, to make that practical, it will require sensitization of the community members and families, not only the paramount chief. Because the paramount chief owns land which belongs to him and his family. But for other communities, there has to be a lot of sensitization to make sure that they understand why women should own land, and then they can relinquish ownership and allow women to own land. Yes, when we empower women economically, we all know the family benefits. When a woman earns income, the first thing that she thinks about is her family. So when a woman is economically empowered and economically independent, there's no doubt that the family will benefit. But when it comes to land ownership, it's very, very sensitive, and I think it will require some sensitization for it to succeed. I think we'll keep in touch, and I would like to know, because we need to understand that it was passed only a month ago, which means implementation has not started yet. So I'll keep in touch with you to know where we are heading to in terms of implementation, so that we can also learn from you. Because you see, these are fora that we should learn from each other. We should learn from each other. So on return, we try to replicate what we have learned from each other. So thank you so much for the intervention and the response.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Okay, so we're going to cancel the coffee break and lunch if you continue on this path. But I'm sure the Minister for Gender, Minister for Lands, the parliamentarians in Gambia can all go to Sierra Leone and learn from them on how to implement this. Honorable Minister, if you can just give me 1 moment, I'll just give the parliamentarian and I'll give you the floor. 1 moment. Please take the floor.
Thank you very much, Madam Moderator. Similarly, I think the Gambia, we need to learn something from Sierra Leone regarding the ban on charcoal production. Already we have a law in place that bans the charcoal production, but enforcement of that law is the problem. You can have the law, but enforcing is another. I want to believe the alternative measure in place of charcoal is a problem in the Gambia that can be affordable by everybody. What do you have in place as an alternative fuel instead of charcoal, as an alternative measure, so that the enforcement of the law can easily be done at country level?
Thank you, Honorable Member of Parliament. I'll give the floor to Honorable Minister and then to Malawi after.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a quick one. When the law was passed in Parliament, we had over 3,000 women that came to Parliament from the provinces, from the rural areas that came. The country is ripe for this sort of intervention. When I got into office, and the first thing I said I was going to do was develop a gender equality and women's empowerment policy that has 14 objectives and across 10 sectors. One of that was land, ownership of land. We had consultation across the country, rural and urban. Women want this. The paramount chiefs and women leaders in the rural areas are ready for this. This is what they have been fighting for like 60 years. And so the country is ripe. Implementation, like with everything, is not going to be smooth, but we are ready. Everybody is ready. And so the structures are going to be in place. We are not shy of the difficulties that we know we will face, but we're ready for it. And the women are ready for it. And so you will see, and we will send you the results. It is going to happen. The women came out, there are videos of it. Thousands of women, they were packed in Parliament and outside of Parliament. I'm just saying a thank you. This is what we wanted. We're pleased that we've got this. Now, this is collateral for business. This is collateral for us to start, private enterprise. So we are ready. And I am going to push that when I get back.
Close the floor with you. I'll close the panel, the participant discussion with Honorable Minister from Malawi, and then I'll give you the floor to close this session.
Thanks so much, Your Excellency, the Ambassador, and all my seniors. As cabinet ministers, as women, we are automatically solutions for our fellow women. And we need to have lobbying strategies. We have a number of lessons from Malawi. We're able to work and coordinate with the different ministries whenever they're coming up with legislation. I'm really happy that my senior minister of on natural resources is here. We do coordinate, and Malawi have a number of legislations, despite of having chiefs and having the whatever, but legislations empowers people, i.e. the Land Act, the Wills and Inheritance Act. They're able even to change the ownership of the land as women, but also as ministers, we are able to parade women to understand the legislations as we popularize them. And we encourage women to register their name, the land into their names or the names of their children. In case, if maybe they've divorced with a husband, the land should be in the hands of their children, not a woman or not a man, but just leave it in the hands of the children. So the problems which women are facing, and being ministers or women ministers, even issues of whatever challenges women face, then we are there to sort out all those as we lobby with the legislators as well as the ministers in those different ministries, be it water, land, agriculture, natural resources, labor, name them. So we need to be lobbying them, and this is what we keep doing in Malawi. And we thank member states for appointing women in some of these decision-making so that we should sort out the problems of our fellow women. And I'm sure we'll be talking with my dear sisters how we are supposed to go about it and have solutions for our fellow women across, not only women, the children, but also the fathers, the men who are our firstborn in the families. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Thank you. Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I won't be long this time. Just a couple of things. When that land right bill was, it's a process. It went through, as my sister was saying, throughout the country. It took quite a long time with the consultations because we didn't want any backlash. We wanted it to go through. I was involved, she was involved, so many ministers were involved. We went to the rural areas, to our towns, to our homes, explaining to people. You know, men have this chauvinistic attitude. It's difficult for them to change. But we were able to convince even colleague ministers who are men. They saw reason. And just like the radical inclusion bill came to cabinet. And when these things are done, they go to cabinet, cabinet approves, endorses, or make recommendations, then it goes to parliament for ratification. So we did a good job, and as the minister was saying, when that act was passed in parliament, it was huge. So many, over 3,000 women came. They were so happy. So I think you have to be bold. And what is the problem sometimes is politicians, we are always thinking about re-election. We are not bold enough to take certain decisions. But a lot of times, if you take bold decisions, it turns out to help you. And that's what we'll be doing throughout. We allow pregnant girls to go to school. That's radical inclusion. People didn't want it, but it's fact. And my last point, my brother, Alhaji Dabo from Gambia, you know, interventions are different depending on where you are. For example, the intervention in the manner that's achieved on, because that's a rural community, and people have been using other means to cook for their energy. When you want to do that in Freetown, it's totally a different ball game. And we have projects using LPG. In Freetown, only 7.2% of people are using LPG, the liquefied petroleum gas, for cooking. 78% of people are using charcoal. So how are you going to shift that paradigm shift? It takes a lot. And even infrastructure. So, but we are working on that, and we are going to put ban. And the proposal is on that you cannot, if you stay in a government building, for example, in the military barracks, in the police barrack, you cannot use charcoal there. If you're applying from the provinces, with a government vehicle, charcoal is not allowed in that vehicle. These are the little things we are putting in. So at the end of the day, if you bring charcoal, nobody will buy it. So what are we going to do? The LPG, we ensure that they get waivers, for example, and that means the LPG is about 150,000 now. That's about $12 for the cylinder. If we have funding and government waivers, GST, we bring that price down to about 80,000. That will be enough for 2 bags of charcoal. And take note, when you use 1 cylinder of gas, for a family of 7, you can survive on that for a whole month. 2 bags of charcoal is not enough for the whole month. So people will move towards the LPG because it's cleaner, it's faster, it's cheaper, and it's more efficient. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. I will give the last word to Madam Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to say that issues of protection of children cannot be addressed in isolation. In an African, I believe it's the whole of Africa, in an African family setting, we'll have to look at all the members of the family and how they can support the protection of the children in that particular family. And also, as a country, all of us have a role to play, and it's our collective responsibility to see to it that children are protected. Be the government, the family, the communities, so the civil society organizations, and the rest. In the Republic of South Sudan, we are up to the task. We are working on the policies, and hopefully, slowly but surely, we'll get somewhere. And it's an honor to be part of this forum and listen to your experiences and learn from it. I'm really very happy that we are interacting with people who have the experience and all this. Otherwise, thank you very much, and may God bless all of you.
Thank you, Madam Minister. So, being a stickler for time, we have 2 minutes, and I have to apologize to the organizers and break protocol, as I'm only meant to chair and not give a statement. But I crave your indulgence and take a minute or two to speak on behalf of the African Platform on Children Affected by Armed Conflict. As it would be remiss of me if I did not seize this opportunity. One of the most successful sessions the Gambia had whilst we chaired the Peace and Security Council last month was the session that we had on the Africa Platform on Children Affected by Armed Conflict, where we had child victims who spoke to the Peace and Security Council, evoking strong emotions in all of the member states' representatives to act urgently on their behalf. I can think of no better audience than this audience to help us, especially in the presence of Honorable Graça Machel, who was a United Nations independent expert on the impact of armed conflict on children. Very briefly, for those who are not aware, the Africa Platform on Children Affected by Armed Conflict brings together permanent representatives of all countries to the African Union who are committed to engaging in and maintaining advocacy for the protection of children in humanitarian situations, particularly during armed conflicts in Africa. Ladies and gentlemen, as we heard over the past day and a half, children in particular are vulnerable to the impact of climate change. The potential for conflict and violence is driven by the combination of climate change vulnerability and larger institutional, larger governmental, and socioeconomic instability. Again, as we heard repeatedly over the past 2 days, the countries most susceptible to climate change are frequently the least developed and unstable. This is an important consideration for determining the climate conflict peace security link, as was explained in the video that we just watched. If a country or government is unable to provide the resources needed to cope with the changing environment or devastation caused by extreme weather, or if international climate change adoption help is insufficient, social discontent and intergroup disputes may arise. When these social upheavals occur, it is the youngest members of the community who suffer the most. Ladies and gentlemen, let us bear in mind, What the experts have told us during this conference, that children not only represent the largest group of people currently affected by climate change, but they're also the most vulnerable than adults to its harmful effects. Children living in lower and middle income countries, as well as in disadvantaged communities, will be the worst affected, as they are already at far greater risk from hunger, malnutrition, increased risk of floods, and other extreme weather events. These climate impacts risk trapping millions more children into long-term poverty and threaten to undo decades of progress in the fight against hunger. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, Dr. John Nyanyuki touched on this yesterday, as did most other speakers, and I reiterate, as we head to the 27th Conference of Parties, we urge that the following strategies be further explored during discussions in Cairo. 1. First, to increase strategic participation of children and young people in climate change policies and decision-making, if interests of future generations of humanity are to be safeguarded. Children not only have the right to such involvement, they have the capacity. Many children are engaged in raising awareness in their own communities, organizing conservation projects, promoting renewable energy, and taking political action in support of sustainability and climate justice. Let us continue to encourage that, as the young man from yesterday told us. Second, developing robust child-focused climate policies, which also target other vulnerable and disadvantaged groups, such as the women and physically challenged and elderly. This will strengthen efforts to meeting the specific needs of children and combating poverty and inequality. The rights issues of children must be central to policies, including the unique risks to children and the specific responses that are required. Third, to consider whilst we're at COP, further strengthen environmental education to raise the level of awareness and prepare the populace to take central roles and leadership in policy and decision-making on environmental and climate change mitigation and adaptation. Fourth, we need to establish the financial implication of children's diseases related to climate change and to identify the most cost-effective mitigation and adaptation actions from children's health perspectives. Participants, honorable ministers, dear participants, and ladies and gentlemen, it is imperative for a concerted effort at community, state, regional, and global levels to devise measures and strategies to mitigate as well as prevent the challenges of climate-related conflict and armed conflict on children. It is essential that development partners prioritize children affected by climate change and conflicts in low-income countries. At 11:32, I thank you all for your kind attention and end this session. Thank you so much, Honorable Minister. Thank you. Congratulations to you both. Thank you. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, before we break for coffee, I have a message from my colleagues for those participants who are traveling tomorrow and those participants who require COVID testing. Please contact my colleagues on the second row. You have to complete a form, and we have the UNCC clinic has kindly offered to provide the test here, but we have to have the names, and we will be able to have the results in about 2 hours. So please complete the forms. They are on the second row, and you go see my colleagues. For those participants who leave on Friday, you still need COVID testing, please make sure that you complete the form as well, and we will organize to have the test carried out at your hotel. But we have to have the details. Thank you. We're now breaking for coffee, and we'll be back here at 12 noon exactly. Thank you very much.
much.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're going into session 7 on climate justice and child rights. I would like to call on the panelists for the session. The chair, Professor Atancho Akonumbo, the Dean of the Faculty of Laws and Political Science at the University of Buea in Cameroon. We have Professor John Knox, but he was not able to travel to Addis. He has sent us a video message. Dr. Oluwatoyin Adeyonwo, she's the Senior Lecturer of Law, University of Lagos, Nigeria. We have Mr. Jean-Paul Adam, Director, Technology, Climate Change and Natural Resources Division of the UN Economic Commission for Africa. He is also traveling, but he has sent us a video message. And finally, we have Ms. Kelly Mattison. She's the Deputy Director of the Global Climate Litigation, Our Children's Trust. Welcome. Professor Atancho, you have the floor. You have 1 hour.
Good morning, dear participants, or it's afternoon now. It's after midday. Good afternoon. I stand on existing protocol. Welcome to this 7th panel devoted to climate justice and child rights. I am the chair, as it has been announced. My name is Professor Atancho Akonumbo. I'm the Dean of the Faculty of Laws and Political Science of the University of Buea in Cameroon, one of the Anglophone regions which is experiencing a crisis. Armed conflict and children's rights are in danger. I just received a video this morning of fresh shooting in this town where I come from, trying to discourage children from not attending school since schools resumed on Tuesday. The armed separatists are doing everything to stop children from attending school. It's a very, very uncomfortable situation. I've never seen a conflict where children are prevented from attending school. I have known of other conflicts where children, there's a corridor, a safe corridor is created for children to attend school. This is the first of its kind. For about 4 years now, children in the restive Anglophone regions in Cameroon have moved to the Francophone regions because schools have literally been closed. And this academic year, we're hoping that there will be a change, there will be a cool down of the situation. Unfortunately, it has started all over again. To discuss this issue on climate justice and child rights, we have 4 eminent speakers. 2 will be doing their presentation by video and 2 in person. Dr. Oluwatoyin Adeyonwo, I'm sorry if I misspelled or mispronounced the name, is Senior Lecturer of Law at the University of Lagos, fondly called UNILAG. I like that expression, UNILAG, that abbreviation, UNILAG. She's to my left, and to my right, Ms. Kelly Mattison, who is the Deputy Director, Global Climate Litigation, Our Children's Trust. The 2 other speakers who will be doing their presentation by video are Professor John H. Knox, Professor of Law, Wake Forest University, and Special Rapporteur on Human Rights and the Environment. That was between 2012 and 2018, as well as Mr. Jean-Paul Adam, Director, Technology, Climate Change and Natural Resources Division at UNECA. The conference organizers gave a blueprint on how the presenters were, on the issues the presenters are going to address in their presentation. If I may just summarize, the basically 4 or 5 issues that they have to delve into. One would be the gross injustice around child rights climate, the child rights climate nexus, and why children should be placed at the center of the child rights or the child justice or the climate justice, discourse. The second issue, to highlight the disproportionate impact of climate change on children depending on their specific vulnerabilities, whether in terms of the economic situation, gender, race, location, and so on, and how the imbalances caused by these vulnerabilities can be rebalanced. And thirdly, whether there are promising laws, programs, policies to address these vulnerabilities that children face as a result of climate change. Also, what actions can human rights, national human rights institutions, CSOs, and courts undertake to increase accountability by the various stakeholders, primarily the states, in this whole discourse on climate change? And lastly, how can negotiations on climate change and mitigation and adaptation plans observe children's rights to participation in their best interests? These are the parameters around which the speakers would focus their presentations. With that introductory and orientational note, I would call on the first speaker. I think we go first by those who are present here, then the videos afterwards. Okay. The first speaker would be Dr. Oluwatoyin Adejonwo. Doctor, you have the floor.
Can I have the... Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you very much, Professor, for such a lovely introduction. My name is Oluwatoyin Adejonwo from Lagos, Nigeria, and my presentation is titled The Climate Rights Crisis is a Child Rights Crisis. So I would hope to talk about how climate justice is or can act as a redeemer for the African child. The climate crisis has been described as a child rights crisis. Starting with the Paris Agreement on Climate Change 2015. The Paris Agreement acknowledges the negative impact of climate change on vulnerable groups, including, the Paris Agreement acknowledges the negative impact of climate change on vulnerable groups, including children, women, and persons living with disability. Also, a number of multilateral organizations and agencies continue to highlight on the impacts that, especially the negative impact that climate change has on children and on children's rights. The World Health Organization estimates that children and youth are the most vulnerable to the impact of climate change. There's a WHO report which estimates that children will suffer more than 80% of the illnesses, the injuries and the deaths that are attributable to climate change. The report attributes children's vulnerability to their immature physiological defense systems, the more direct ways in which children interact with their environment, their dependence on adults, and the accumulation of risk over their lifetimes. So the question is, how can climate justice act as a redeemer? Climate justice is the nexus, or if you like, the redeemer, between the climate crisis and child rights. Climate justice, what does it do? Climate justice links human rights and development to achieve a human-centered approach, safeguarding the rights of the most vulnerable, sharing the burdens and the benefits of climate change, whilst ensuring that the resolutions that occur are equitable and that they are fair. Now, climate justice as it relates to children will highlight the why, the how, and the when. And by this, I mean, so the why. It highlights the nexus between climate crisis and its disproportionate impact on child rights. The how, it questions and explores how climate action can be child sensitive. So for example, how can children participate and engage effectively in the climate process? And then the when would question, when should this action take place? The action should take place today, and in fact, it should have taken place yesterday. And I'd like to thank the organizers of this conference for bringing us together to talk about this very, very important issue. So how can human rights norms and standards and particularly Africa's legal and policy landscape, how can they protect children from climate change-related shocks and stressors? Currently, the legal and policy landscape in Africa, particularly the charters, starting with the Mother Charter, that's the African Charter on Human and People's Rights, the Children's Charter, particularly its Article 5, the AU agendas, I refer to Agenda 2063, which is the aspirational document which sets out the aspirations of the African nation on the Africa that we want, and also the AU Agenda 2040 on the children's agenda. All of these taken together are all aligned with the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. And I do firmly believe that they provide a foundation and strategic guidance on the development and the application of equitable responses and strategies to equip and protect African children from the negative impacts of climate change. So the current legal and policy landscape provides the foundation on which state actors, and of course other relevant actors as well, can and should build upon. Now, together with the shift in the discourse towards accepting children as rights holders, came the recognition that states bear the duty to uphold these rights. Thankfully, the Children's Charter provides a strong platform for state accountability. However, there are gaps in the responses which needs to be addressed. So the key question is, what should states be doing? What should states do? So what can states do, and what should states be doing? There is the long answer, and of course there is the very short answer. The short answer is that states should implement climate change policies and
is a human rights law firm that represents young people around the world to secure their fundamental right to a stable climate. We are best known for the case Juliana versus the United States. In this case, 21 young people are asking the US government to declare that they have a constitutional right to a stable climate. The case is significant for young people across the globe, including those in Africa, for many reasons, but here's the top 3. First of all, yesterday our colleague from Benin asked what innovative actions can young people take to solve climate? Well, the Juliana versus US case was the first ever climate case brought by youth who sued the government for its active role in perpetrating the climate crisis and in turn violating their rights to life, to liberty, and to property. These 21 plaintiffs demonstrated that young people in many countries around the world can go to court to seek climate justice. The second reason is the initial ruling in this case. The federal judge wrote, "I have no doubt that the right to a climate system capable of sustaining human life is fundamental to a free and ordered society." This was the first ever time a judge had guaranteed a fundamental right to a stable climate. Many judges have guaranteed the right to a healthful environment, but Judge Aiken took it one step further and guaranteed the right to a climate capable of sustaining human life. Third, this case, together with a case brought in the Netherlands, sparked a wave of youth-based cases around the world. And this wave continues to build today. Now, of course, there were a small handful of cases prior to 2016 and the Juliana and Urgenda cases. For example, in 2012, our partner who is here today, Samantha Atakunda, represented 4 Ugandan youth suing the Attorney General, and that case is actually still sitting in court. Samantha will be here to answer any questions if you'd like. So while these cases did exist, the number of cases multiplied exponentially after the young people in Juliana had their first win. Okay, so the need for evidence was also highlighted yesterday. As lawyers representing children, we have the responsibility to build rock-solid evidentiary cases so that courts can make just decisions and protect children's rights. The evidence that we present in court is threefold. First of all, we collect evidence that proves that the world's biggest emitters knew what they were doing when they permitted, subsidized, developed, and emitted fossil fuels. They knew that grave harms would result to the rest of the world. Second, we also present evidence that proves the climate harms to children. We've talked at length about that today, and these harms are concrete and affect every single aspect of a child's life. Third, and finally, we present the best available scientific evidence to the courts, because if the courts don't have access to the best available scientific evidence, they can't fairly administer justice. So with the few minutes I have left, I'm going to talk about the scientific evidence. Okay, so long story short, the UNFCCC it was adopted in 1994. The goal of the UNCCC is to stabilize greenhouse gas concentrations and prevent dangerous interference with the climate system. But the treaty did not define what dangerous was. So over the course of the next 2 decades, the negotiators negotiated what level of warming would keep us out of the danger zone. At annual meetings, convenings of the parties held in conference halls like this. Meanwhile, the climate scientists were in their research labs. They were on boats in the ocean, they were on top of glaciers, and what they were figuring out and getting really, really good at was modeling what our future was going to look like and finding the best available metrics to assess the state of our climate and the state of our future. During these 2 decades, the negotiators came to embrace 2 degrees Celsius as a long-term target goal. During the 2015 COP in Paris, states set a limit on global temperature rise to well below 2 degrees Celsius with the hope of keeping the rise to 1.5 degrees Celsius. Simultaneously, the scientists, including the UN's own scientific body, the IPCC, came to their own scientific conclusions, and they were first that a single temperature target is wholly inadequate to address the climate emergency and climate justice. Second, instead of looking solely at temperature, scientists need to look at what's called Earth energy imbalance to gauge how the world is responding to climate change and understand how to bring the climate under control. And finally, balance on Earth will only be restored once we have decreased the concentration of greenhouse gases to 350 parts per million. Today, we are currently at 419 parts per million. If there is one thing that you take away from my comments today, it is this. The Paris target of 1.5 degrees Celsius, while a commendable political achievement, is not the best available science, and 1.5 degrees Celsius of warming will not protect children's rights. So to conclude, here's the problem in a nutshell. To date, most states, especially the big emitters, have committed to doing what is politically palatable. They have not committed to doing what is scientifically necessary. Courts are being advised that 1.5 degrees Celsius is the best available science and protect human rights. It won't. And children are given the hope that if we can just limit the warming to 1.5 degrees Celsius, they will be okay. But this false hope is being peddled by generations in power, and we have to speak the truth to our children. So what's the solution? Yesterday, UNCC called for a minimal floor for the protection of children's rights. This scientific minimal floor is this. To stabilize our climate, we need to return the concentration of atmospheric CO2 to 350 parts per million. To do otherwise, we'll commit not just African children, but all children to a devastating future. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Kelly Matheson. It's quite interesting to know that some of the difficulties that were highlighted yesterday in terms of climate justice litigation, which is proof, evidence, is being tackled by your organization, trying to muster cogent evidence that can help rebut unnecessary refutals as to violations that occasion, climate change. And I'm quite impressed by the decision in the Juliana case, where the judge actually moved from the general right to a healthy environment to the right to climate, which is something that is salutary in the legal domain in terms of prospering litigation in this area. With that, we thank you for your presentation. We're going to move to the videos, and I don't know which one is ready. Both are ready. So you just choose. Just choose at your discretion which one comes first. Okay, Professor Knox, right? The video by Professor Knox. Okay, let's get the presentation, please.
Thank you very much for the invitation to participate in this important conference on climate change and child rights in Africa. I'm only sorry that I'm unable to be with you there in person. While climate change is harming and will continue to harm people of all ages, its worst effects are going to be felt by children. Indeed, the executive director of UNICEF has said that there may be no greater growing threat facing the world's children and their children than climate change. Children are bearing and will continue to bear the weight of a crisis that they did not create or even contribute to. Nowhere is that more true than in Africa. Africans emit a tiny proportion of global greenhouse gases, but African countries are among those most at risk from the consequences of the climate breakdown. One remarkable and hopeful characteristic of this crisis is that children are increasingly taking the lead, including by bringing cases to domestic courts and international tribunals. There are dozens of these cases around the world, but I'm going to focus my remarks on one case in particular, the one brought by 16 children to the Committee on the Rights of the Child, which was decided by the committee in September 2021, almost exactly 1 year ago. I should say at the outset that I and David Boyd, the current UN Special Rapporteur on Human Rights and the Environment, filed an amicus brief with the committee in favor of the children who brought the case. Those children came from every region of the world, including 3 from Africa. Let's honor their names at this moment. Debbie Adebile from Lagos, Nigeria, told the committee of how she has been repeatedly hospitalized for asthma as hotter temperatures worsen the air quality in her home. Razlan Jabaili from Tabarka, Tunisia, described how he heard screams one night and saw a wildfire approaching his house. He and his house were spared, but his neighbors were not. And Ayaka Malitafa from Cape Town, South Africa, described how she has suffered from drought that is forcing her and the other residents of her city to prepare for when municipal water supplies will run dry. They and the other 13 authors of the communication to the committee alleged that by failing to prevent and mitigate the consequences of climate change, 5 states in particular, Argentina, Brazil, France, Germany, and Turkey, had violated their human rights, including their rights to life and health, as set out in the Convention on the Rights of the Child. Why those 5 states? Well, the committee has jurisdiction only over those states that have accepted its jurisdiction to receive complaints under the optional protocol to the Convention. Those 5 states have all done so. Unfortunately, larger emitters, like the United States and China, have not. Nevertheless, these 5 states, while they're not the largest emitters, they are all major emitters, and they are all subject to the committee's jurisdiction. On its face, the decision of the committee that it issued in September of last year looks like a defeat. The committee rejected the claim on admissibility grounds. It said that the authors had failed to pursue and exhaust remedies in the courts of the 5 states they were claiming against. The committee did not accept the author's argument that any attempt to do so would be futile. Nevertheless, I believe that the committee's decision is in many ways a success. The committee could have decided simply to reject the communication as inadmissible and said no more. But to its great credit, the committee did not do that. Instead, it addressed several important issues, and in doing so, it gave useful and far-reaching guidance. First, it addressed whether states owe any duties to children outside the state's own territory. Like many other international human rights treaties, the Convention says that every state party has obligations to, quote, each child within its jurisdiction. The 5 respondent states argued that the children outside their territory were not within their jurisdiction and so therefore could not complain about any violations of human rights against them. But the committee rejected this argument. The committee held that when transboundary harm occurs, such as climate change, children are under the jurisdiction of the state on whose territory the emissions originated, as long as there's a causal link between the acts or emissions of that state and the negative impact on the rights of the children. When the state exercises effective control over the sources of the emissions in question, which of course states normally do with respect to emissions of carbon that occur within their own territory. This is critically important because this statement by the committee makes clear that under the convention, the emitters of carbon pollution owe obligations to children everywhere who are affected by their contributions, by the contributions of sources within those states, no matter whether the children live within the jurisdiction, the territorial jurisdiction of those states or not. A second crucial point made by the committee is that it addressed the issue whether the fact that climate change is a global problem can excuse individual states from their share of responsibility. Like other courts and tribunals, such as the Supreme Court of the Netherlands in the 2019 Urgenda decision, the Committee on the Rights of the Child said that, quote, the collective nature of the causation of climate change does not absolve the state party of its individual responsibility that may derive from the harm that the emissions originating within its territory may cause to children, whatever their location. So again, each state has to be responsible for its contribution to this global problem. Third, the committee addressed the special vulnerability of children to climate change. It said, as children, the authors are particularly impacted by the effects of climate change, both in terms of the manner in which they experience such effects, as well as the potential of climate change to affect them throughout their lifetime, in particular if immediate action is not taken. Again, this is critically important for the committee to recognize that what's at stake for children is not just the immediate effects now, but the effects that they will experience throughout their lives. Because of this, the committee said that the children are entitled to special safeguards, including appropriate legal protection. In particular, states have heightened obligations to protect children from foreseeable harm from climate change, which the committee said the effects of climate change certainly are. That is, that they're certainly reasonably foreseeable. On all of these points, the committee's decision will be greatly influential, I hope and expect. You can think of its influence as spreading out in concentric circles. First, the decision will inform the future work of the committee itself, starting with the general comment on climate change and environment that the committee is currently drafting and that should be published by next year. Second, the committee will help to inform the work of other treaty bodies and units of the UN human rights system, such as special rapporteurs. In this connection, I want to emphasize that the committee decided that the Human Rights Council decided shortly after this decision to appoint a new special rapporteur focused on climate change and human rights, and that special rapporteur, Ian Fry, just issued his first report this week. Third, I expect that this precedent will be used by other international tribunals. For example, there's a pending case brought by Portuguese youth against 32 countries in the European system, pending before the European Court of Human Rights, that it raises all of the issues that the committee addressed, including exhaustion, extraterritoriality, and individual responsibility for a collective profit. Finally, I hope that the precedent will be relevant to domestic court cases, which are increasingly hearing and deciding rights-based climate cases. In all those ways, I think the committee's decision is actually a sign of hope in that it can contribute to the ongoing movement led by children and youth around the world to address climate change through the implication, through the use of rights-based arguments. In that respect, I want to close by noting that for the first time last month, the United Nations General Assembly formally recognized that every single person in the world, certainly including children, has a human right to a healthy environment. My time is up, so I will stop here. Thank you again for this opportunity, and best wishes for your comments.
Thank you, Professor Knox. The issues discussed by Professor Knox center around, litigation and strategies on how to go about a successful litigation. And he's highlighted one very important issue here, whether responsibility of states can be collective or individual. And of course, he shared the approaches by the committee and the Human Rights Council. We'll move to the next and the last presenter, and that's going to be Professor or Mr. Jean Adam Paul. Can we get his presentation, please?
Your Excellency, Ms. Graça Machel, the Chair of the International Board of Trustees of ACPF, Your Excellency, Dr. Ergoge Tesfaye, the Minister for Women and Social Affairs from the Federal Democratic Republic of Ethiopia, Dr. Joan Nyanyuki, the Executive Director of ACPF, Gileda Shafika Ashanti, our Child Speaker, Dr. Najat Mala Ajid, our Special Representative of the Secretary General on Violence Against Children, Your Excellencies, dear partners and friends, and ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the United Nations Economic Commission for Africa, I am honored to convey our unmitigated support for the goals of this 9th International Policy Conference, which aims to deliver impact and accountability in terms of children's rights and climate change on the continent. I would like to underline how critical it is to integrate children's rights within the framework of climate resilience. At the conclusion of the recent Climate Week in Libreville, the inclusion and engagement of youth was reinforced, but youth groups lamented, with very good reason, that the voice of children were insufficiently present in the context of climate change. The burden which is being bequeathed upon them impels us to ensure that children are at once sensitized to the scale and challenge of the climate crisis, and that they are also agents in the quest for solutions. Research done by the African Climate Policy Center within the Economic Commission for Africa has demonstrated that African countries will lose an average of 5% of GDP by 2030 to climate change, based on 2 degrees of warming, and this is unfortunately our current trajectory. However, certain regions are also likely to feel the impact even more intensely, with the Sahel expected to lose up to 15% of GDP in the same scenario. African countries are already likely to be spending more in responding to climate emergencies rather than likely to spend on education, with the spend on the climate crisis in some cases up to 9% of their budgets. Climate change thus represents a direct threat to the future earning opportunity of our children, to their economic and social rights, which are part and parcel of their human rights. Furthermore, the climate crisis will change many of the things that we take for granted about our way of life that we would wish to impart to our children. Being from Seychelles, Africa's smallest country, I have myself faced the difficult task of showing my two daughters bleached coral reefs affected by the warming of the ocean. Reefs which I knew as colorful and vibrant as a young boy. But embedded within the irretrievable loss that comes with climate change is also the opportunity to invest in a new compact of sustainable economic growth and climate resilience. Research done by ECA in 2021 with the University of Oxford has shown that returns of 420% may be achieved by investing in green sectors, while up to 250% more jobs may be created in these sectors as opposed to fossil fuel intensive sectors. We believe that climate action is an indispensable part of upholding the rights of children and ensuring that they can fully benefit from the future economic opportunities. At the forthcoming COP27 negotiations, we are hopeful of having a stronger voice for children and a stronger advocacy for their rights, which can only be upheld effectively if we raise ambition on climate and if we uphold existing commitments. We also look forward in improving accountability through the COP process by implicitly addressing the impact of climate change on children. Meanwhile, ECA is also supporting SDG-associated accountability mechanisms, including voluntary national reviews and voluntary local reviews, which assess progress both on climate action and protection of child rights. The United Nations Economic Commission for Africa is proud to support this event, and we look forward to the outcomes of the conference. Thank you for your attention.
More inclusion of children's voices in the discourse, as well as more accountability by the relevant stakeholders. These are the presentations. We are going to open up for discussions. It's almost lunchtime. I want to get some directives from the organizers as to how many minutes, additional minutes should be allocated to this session before we break for lunch. I can't see Sarah. Oh. We can go ahead. Okay, so 10 minutes, 10 minutes. So we're going to get a few questions that will cover 10 minutes. And please, because of time constraints, be very succinct. If you want to make a comment, just go straight to the point. If you want to ask a question, be very concise, please. Yes, we'll start here. Professor, and then the gentleman behind, and then the lady. So we'll take those four first.
Ok, merci Monsieur le Président de nous donner la parole. Je suis Léon Bertrand Enama, président de la Cameroon Child Civil Society Organization Network. Je voudrais partager quelques questionnements, peut-être faire des observations et recommandations. Au vu des discussions depuis hier, est-ce que nous ne pensons pas que nous tous réunis ici, Comité des droits de l'enfant, Comité africain d'experts, tous les acteurs, nous avons agi en retard pour adresser la question d'impact des changements climatiques sur les droits de l'enfant. Nous parlons de justice et changement climatique. Nous savons tous les travaux que nous avons menés depuis 12 ans et nous pouvons voir que nous avons nous-mêmes lésé cet aspect aussi difficile dans ces travaux-là. Est-ce que nous pouvons faire adresser la question de financement, d'adaptation, si nous n'avons pas la situation de tous les pays sur la question? Est-ce qu'il n'est pas important de recommander demander au secrétaire général des Nations Unies de commander une étude globale qui permettra d'avoir des données qui peuvent aider aux plaidoyers, qui peuvent aider les pays à mieux comprendre la question pour orienter les financements sur ces questions-là. Je voulais aussi questionner le rôle du comité des droits de l'enfant.
Can we just get your questions, please? Not to eat too much of the limited time we have, because you're literally making comments and then asking questions at the same time. Please, just if you're asking a question, just be focused on the question so that the respondents can be able to capture and respond accordingly, please.
Ok, je vais faire l'effort d'être bref parce que ma question se pose au niveau du rôle des organes de traité dans la mise en œuvre de l'agenda et le rôle des organes de traité vers les différents gouvernements pour que les gouvernements prennent en main cette question pour qu'elle devienne des priorités parce que nous accompagnons le gouvernement à faire des rapports périodiques. Nous observons les recommandations des organes de traité. Nulle part on a évoqué la question du changement climatique, que ce soit dans les recommandations, que ce soit dans les rapports des gouvernements. Et dans nos gouvernements qui fonctionnent avec des budgets programmes, les administrations en charge des droits de l'enfant ne s'occupent pas de...
Cut short, because you have already taken 3 minutes of the 7 minutes. It's very unfair, please. So I think what has been captured so far will be my panelists will respond to, and then I will hand the floor to the gentleman behind to ask his question. Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Please be very concise.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Awika. I have 2 questions. One for Doctor. What do you recommend to developmental actors, including international organizations, on domesticating climate-centered?
There's a problem with the sound system. We don't seem to get the volume is low. We don't seem to get what you're saying. I don't know whether it's an issue of the...
So my question is that
Better.
it is to Doctor, what you recommend to developmental actors, including international organizations, on domesticating climate-centered laws to protect human beings in general and children in particular. Along with that, what is the role of, or what would be the role of youths or young leaders in the context of states' climate-based laws and strategies planning as well as implementation process? The second question is to Ms. Kelly. What global climate litigation our children trust is playing currently in addressing or preventing and taking creative mechanisms on the drought or climate change which happening in East Africa, including in Ethiopia? Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Madam? The lady is here.
Thank you very much. This question goes to Kelly. Kindly share with us the global rights litigation ambition for climate litigation. What do you hope will be the outcome of the global effect of climate litigation? Thank you.
That will be the last question, the gentleman in black. After Madam.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My first question goes to Dr. Oluwatoyin Adejuwon of the University of Lagos. It's heartwarming when you made reference to the fact how African countries can attract climate finance. But I want you to assist the participants from what you have said in helping them to know how they can approach private participation, because the previous presentation talked about depending on donors. So climate finance can also come within the private participation, as you alluded to. How can you help them to understand that so that it can be made use of as a weapon? And my last question is to Ms. Kelly. Thank you for your lucid presentation on this global climate litigation. It's heartwarming because climate change litigation allows the public to hold government accountable where inaction causes devastating consequences. But between 2017 and 2020, the cases are doubled to about 1,550 cases, 38 countries. And we know that there could be devastating effects when there is delay. So how can children and people who are encouraged in litigation, how will they be motivated to go ahead so that they are not discouraged when cases are not easily dispensed with? Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you so much.
My name is Dr. Joe Dumake, Nigeria.
Thank you so much, Chair, and to the presenters, Richard Morgan. Would either of the presenters like to comment on the potential claims of future generations from a justice perspective on us in this generation for leaving them a largely uninhabitable planet, and what the implications of those future claims might be for our actions today? Thank you.
Okay, who you start? Okay, all right.
Okay, thank you very much for all the questions and the comments. The first question questioned the role of the various committees, and the speaker wondered if the committees were not too late in, addressing the issues of how climate change impacts children and child rights negatively. I don't believe that it is too late. I mean, there's no action that is ever too late. Part of the stakeholders that you've talked about is the, this is part of the stakeholder engagements that we are involved in. And definitely, I am sure that the outcome of this engagement would enrich the process, and it would enrich the actions of the various stakeholders. The other question was is how can African countries attract climate finance, particularly how can they effectively engage with the private sector? I think this can be done in two ways, really. It can be achieved through legislation, and it can also be achieved through cooperation and partnership between state actors and the private sector. And by legislation, I mean, so I'm going to give the example of Nigeria. Nigeria has a Climate Change Act, 2021, and part of the provisions of that act is that it gives private sectors responsibilities in ensuring that their activities do not negatively impact the environment. Another way is for the state actors to effectively engage with the private sector through engagements, corporations, through PPPs, private-public partnership, and so many other ways like that, that state actors can effectively engage with the private sector in order to raise climate finance in African states. I hope I've addressed all the questions that have been put to me.
Okay.
Thank you.
I'll first try and address the first question. We have a lot of data on what needs to be done. Of course, more would always be helpful. But right now, the promises that have been made by states, particularly the big emitting states, are not being carried out. And the promises they've made are simply not enough. So we have to focus on that first, making sure we know what has to be done and getting it done. I also want to talk about hope. One of the young plaintiffs, Shute Scott, said that these climate lawsuits are young people giving hope to other young people. And with these courts, the courts don't understand climate change yet. They don't understand that if we fail to fix the climate problem, not only will we prevent the solution to human rights issues, we will exacerbate them. So I'm hoping the courts will understand climate change, and then, as our honorable minister from Sierra Leone said, once we have that decision from the court that we have a fundamental right to a climate system capable of sustaining human life, not just a healthy environment, a climate system, that the children will have something to rally around, something to implement. And so just as the minister told us the women came from all over to implement gender rights, that children will be able to wrap around these court decisions and really fight for their future. And then everyone in this room, we have to help.
Perhaps we may just take one last question.
Here.
There was a hand that was...
Here, please.
Yes, the lady. Let me close with the lady.
Merci bien. Bonjour à tous, dans vos rangs et grades. Je suis Gertrude Bopa, de la Côte d'Ivoire. Ma question est concernant l'intervention du docteur de l'Université de Lagos, je crois. Je souhaiterais savoir si elle a il y a une étude particulière qui a été faite sur un document de façon physique sur la justice climatique qui, en relation avec le droit de l'enfant. Cela pourrait plus nous aider dans les entames au niveau du pays. Merci bien.
Okay, thank you very much for that comment and for that question. Yes, there are several interventions. There are academic papers. There are several reports, for instance, the reports by the World Health Organization that I mentioned. I think someone also mentioned an Oxfam report today, if I'm not mistaken. So there are academic articles, there are reports by intergovernmental or multilateral agencies and organizations that highlight the impacts, the negative impacts that climate change has on children and child rights. And we could have a private conversation at the end of my presentation, and I promise to give you some links. And yes, thank you.
There's also a paper coming out this fall at the University of Virginia's Law Review on the injustice of 1.5, and it talks specifically about how 1.5 degrees Celsius harms children. And I'm happy to share that with you.
Okay, thank you, dear panelists. Thank you for your brilliant presentations and responses to the brilliant questions from the audience. I'm not going to make a speech. Just two things to take back home. Children have a right to a safe climate. Children should be at the center for any climate justice moves. Enjoy your lunch.
Thank you very much, Professor Atancho, and thank you very much also for our wonderful panelists, including those who intervened virtually. So we had a really fantastic 2 sessions in the morning. Now we break for lunch. Can we please come back at 2? We will use the same place that we dined yesterday. So you have a good lunch, and then we'll meet in 50 minutes time at 2. So we close now. Thank you very much.
አንድ ማይክ ይጎለኛል። እዛ ጋር አለ ማይክ አንድ እዛ አለ። የኋላ ሸት አውርቶበት ነው።
በኢሜል ላንች የትኛው ሀገር የትኛው ሀገር በዛም
projecting us into the future on how we can take action all the way from the local level to the global level, and how we build partnership, to achieve that. There are still colleagues, coming from the dining room. We will gonna start, nonetheless. But maybe we could just to warm you up, start with the video, and then go into live into the room. So the video message, from the Ambassador of Japan.
The significance of climate change and children's rights have been considered by global policymakers respectively, but the linkage between them has been overlooked. This international policy conference comes in a time to fill the gap by generating the nexus between the two. Climate change is a crucial global challenge that should be addressed by the collective efforts and the actions of international community. The countries that have a significant share on greenhouse gas emissions should seriously start fulfilling their own responsibilities on this matter. Although Africa is accounting for a meager 3% of cumulative worldwide CO2 emissions, its economic development, population growth, and consumption expansion are expected to have more impact on the planet. In that sense, it is encouraging to witness how Africa will lead the way in addressing the rights of children who would be likely to be affected by possible calamity caused by the climate change, as well as decarbonized economies and societies of the future. Japan is accelerating its efforts to ensure the achievement of 2050 net zero emission goals and the 2030 sustainable goals, SDGs, are consistent with their own objectives. For example, during the COP26 in Glasgow, Japan announced that it decided to provide $10 billion. In attempts to augment its efforts in the field of adaptation, Japan has also committed additional $14.8 billion worth of public and private sector assistance for a period of 5 years. In particular, Japan, as a contributing country, is pleased to see the agreements reached for the implementation rules for carbon trading under the Paris Agreement, which were endorsed during the COP26 last year. From the perspective of children, the international community must adhere to agreed norms and principles. It must diligently respect the rights of children, and it must incorporate their voices in every aspect of the work it does. As part of this effort, Japan has decided to establish the Agency for Children and Family Affairs, which is the first governmental agency in the world aiming at mainstreaming and addressing children's rights seamlessly in a cross-sectoral manner. Children are obviously vulnerable victims of climate change. Thus, they need special support considering the impact on them. As Ms. Mikiko Otani, the chairperson of the United Nations Committee on the Rights of the Child, mentioned, at the 76th session of the UN General Assembly, their voices calling for climate justice have largely been ignored, and we need to ensure a child's rights-based approach to addressing ecological issues with a special focus on climate change. For example, in 2021, the government of Japan, together with UNICEF, announced the implementation of a 4-year project called Enhancing Resilience to Disaster Risk and Climate Change for Children in Vietnam, in order to support child-centered and climate change-sensitive activities. Such efforts equally need to be exerted in other regions, including Africa. For that, Japan will commit and continue building the capacity of communities actively engaged in climate change mitigation and adaptation practices, as discussed during the 8th Tokyo International Conference on African Development, or TICAD 8 Summit in Tunisia a week ago. At the summit, Prime Minister Kishida made several announcements, including the Japan's Green Growth Initiative with Africa, GGA, which involved $4 billion of investment. That is part of Japan's core investment, invest in people and environment. Moreover, Japan will make necessary preparations with Africa for the success of COP27 to be held in Egypt in November. In conclusion, I'd like to emphasize that the environment we are living in is a future asset that our children and future generations have entrusted to us to manage it properly. We should ask ourselves one question: can we be good ancestors? This is a great opportunity for the government of Japan to listen to how the international community considers the climate change measures through the eyes of children. I trust that this experience sharing and discussion session is useful and inspirational for all the participants. Thank you for your attention.
We thank you very much, Ambassador Toshihiko. Now we get back here to the room. Colleagues and friends, we know all that natural shocks and hazards will happen. The question is, do they have to be so severe? Do they have to be so frequent the way we're experiencing them now? Natural shocks and hazards will happen. But the question is, do they have to become disasters? The fact that they become disasters or not will depend on our level of action or inaction. Are we paying the price of inaction? What about early alerts? What about early warning? What about early response? What about when we respond, we build the resilience in the communities so that next time around when they face the same shock, they can withstand it and not suffer it the same way. We know that there will be a monsoon season every year. There is nothing to do about it. We know there will be a cyclone season every year. We know that the Zambezi River will get out of its bed. We know that there will be a cyclic drought in the Sahel. We know there will be a cyclic drought in the Horn. We know that Bangladesh and Pakistan may be underwater year after year. But can we, year in, year out, wait until it happens, and then we come in emergency mode, leave it exactly the way it was, and wait for the next time it happens again? Aren't we there all the time? All the time, and I stress, on the side of those in need to accompany them through those stress and hazards. And we are not all equal in front of them. Some of us are much more vulnerable. We've said it a number of times during these last 2 days. We heard from the young people that they told us they're being impatient, they're being disappointed. They maybe believe that we are not keeping the promises that we've been making. And here we are here again today. Let's bear it in mind when we talk about our responsibilities. It starts with me. It starts with you, each of us. Our consumption patterns, our modes of transport, the type of food we eat, the type of energy we use, how we prepare for ourselves. It starts also at the communities. That's where it starts and where that ends, if it has to end. But we cannot shift the whole burden of the response to the shoulders of the communities. That is going to be irresponsible. Governments, have to deliver on the promises they make to their citizens. If they don't do that, there won't be any trust, and trust is being eroded because promises are not being kept. Trust is also being eroded in the international institutions and in the international cooperation. There is almost a kind of a disillusion that is now growing, and then we should not let that happen. What are we going to do to prevent that from happening? This is going to be the subject of our discussion this afternoon. And I have my distinguished colleagues here who, in their own personal rights and a representative of their governments, can tell us what they intend to do in the pursuit of some of the goals that I started, many, many, many years ago. I could go back as far as 1975, environment and development in Stockholm. It was. Many may not remember that today. But you may remember Glasgow, because it is most recent. We may see that the US, taking responsibility and embark on the scene, with many of the initiatives, being taken. That here today we are gathered, not only to promise, but to have a critical look of what has been happening so far, with some introductory remarks which will be short, 7 minutes to 8 each. And then we're going to have a conversation among us, conversation with you, to challenge each other, to commit each other, to engage each other, for action. And that's what it is about. On that note, I would like first, to invite our first speaker, Madam Madeleine Garlick, who's the UK Deputy Permanent Representative to the African Union of the British Embassy in Ethiopia. Madeleine, the floor is yours.
Good afternoon, colleagues, and thank you so much to our esteemed chair for setting out the challenge so very clearly of what it is we all collectively face. I will try and keep my comments short because I much prefer to spend the time talking to all of you and hearing about your reflections from the last couple of days. But I cannot start without thanking the International Policy Conference and its organizers, its champions, for putting on this event here today. These two issues, the rights of children and climate change, are both critical, and very rarely are they discussed together. So I think this is a really unique grouping of individuals, and I hope we can talk about the linkages between these two issues and how we encourage the international institutions to better integrate our policy making on them. On behalf of the United Kingdom, I'll start by saying a couple of short words on impacts, but I think we know what they are, we know how extreme they are, and I'd prefer to focus a little bit on some of the things we've done and things we think we should continue to do to build this agenda internationally. So I think it's very important that we acknowledge that climate change is already having a disproportionate impact on children. This is not a future challenge, this is not a 2050 issue, this is something that is impacting children in Africa here and now. Earlier this year, UNICEF's Children Climate Risk Index, which I did not know about before I put it into the speech, reported that 1 billion children, which is nearly half of the children globally, are at extremely high risk of climate impacts. That's incredible. Half of the children in the world are at extreme risk, and I think that's the kind of figure that really makes public policy thinkers think twice. Sub-Saharan Africa is amongst the worst affected. So the least responsible for causing the current climate crisis, but the most impacted by its effects. And actually UNICEF has highlighted Chad, Nigeria, the Central African Republic, Guinea and Guinea-Bissau as being the most at risk. Again, these are all countries that are already vulnerable to the impacts of climate, made worse. For the United Kingdom, delivering a cleaner, greener planet is clearly one of our top priorities. You mentioned the Glasgow COP. Today I have a new government in my country, and they have reaffirmed their commitment to the climate change agenda. We have reappointed our COP president-designate, and he will continue to provide leadership on this issue as we go forward towards the next COP in Sharm el-Sheikh. We are also committed to the promotion, protection, and realization of children's rights. Children are an essential part of our work to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals and to furthering children's rights, and critically, helping to expand their potential and their engagement in international agendas. We acknowledge the effect that climate change has on children's vulnerability, and we're really committed to take action. So I've got a couple of examples of where we feel we have really moved the agenda forward over recent years. The first is recognizing that the impact of climate change is having on the effects of children's ability to learn at school and on the education of this precious resource. Flooding destroys schools, storms force people to flee, exacerbating humanitarian crises, and the financial impacts of drought means families simply cannot send their children to school. The United Kingdom was a founding donor of an initiative called Education Cannot Wait. This is a really exciting and flagship program that is focused around supporting the UN family in ensuring that children in conflict settings can continue to go to school. We are the second largest donor to the fund, and we're proud to say that our funding has helped over 300,000 girls to return to school, particularly in the aftermath of cyclones, which is a huge impact in southern Africa. And we will be encouraging and supporting countries to strengthen their systems, taking account of the inevitable impacts of climate change through this initiative. As many of you will know, the UK is also a member of the UN Security Council, and we are a strong advocate and have authored many, many products on the impact of children from armed conflicts. We will continue to do so. We will continue to lead this agenda, and critically, we have acknowledged that we must include the impacts of climate change in our discussions on how we take forward this agenda at the Security Council. These two issues are fundamentally linked, but the international system currently considers them in silos. And so a group like this, I think, provides an excellent opportunity for us to talk about how we bring those two separate multilateral sets of processes together. Excuse me. Finally, turning to the African Union, which is my day job, gender equality and social inclusion are a core principle as part of our work on climate change with the African Union. We have been a strong supporter of the African Union's Green Recovery Action Plan, launched last year by the AU chairperson, which talks about tackling the socio-economic challenges of COVID recovery, but in a green and critically inclusive way. So the Green Recovery Plan clearly sets out that youth play an important role in responding to climate change, and we need to champion and raise their voices. I'd like to call out particularly the excellent efforts of the AU's youth envoy, Chido Mupemba, here. She is a fantastic advocate for the importance of a youth voice in dialogues on climate change. One thing she's talked about, which I think is fascinating, is how the youth are creative and innovative, and so they hold huge potential for what they call disruptive technologies, so new and innovative technologies that help us leapfrog and jump through some of the challenges we face, renewable energy, the circular economy, etc. And so raising her voice, I think, has been a wonderful thing on this agenda. Turning to the COP, because I have to, but because it's important, to deliver a successful and inclusive COP, whether it's this year, last year, or in 10 years' time, we need to harness the voices, innovation, and commitment of the youth. At COP26, we took it on as a priority to amplify the voices and experience of young climate leaders. For example, we are supporting here in Addis a group called the Resilient 40, who is a group of young climate activists working on the front line of action to tackle climate change, representing a number of countries from the continent. They're activists, professionals, and influencers from 30 member states, and they have been a really powerful voice in advocacy on climate change. Global activity for climate action has never been greater. And so we have been working closely with the Egyptian presidency of the incoming COP to support and promote youth engagement. Some of you may have seen that the Egyptian presidency has in fact appointed a climate youth envoy a few weeks ago, and we expect her to be an additional challenging voice on the scene in advance of Sharm el-Sheikh. I'm conscious of time, so I will stop there. Needless to say, we're very excited about handing over the presidency to Egypt of the COP. And we'll continue to work with young leaders, youth groups, and activists from around the world, both in our embassies in Africa, but also through the UNFCCC. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Madeleine, for giving us already some very concrete ideas on how to take action, how to champion some of these very important areas of work and priorities, and most importantly, how to work in synergies and in partnerships so that the silos that we see and experience in the international arena and cooperation can be broken, for greater impact. So let me now move to His Excellency Hans-Henrik Lundqvist, with the Ambassador of Sweden to Ethiopia and Djibouti, the permanent representative to AU, IGAD, and UNCC here in Ethiopia. Hans-Henrik, please.
Thank you very much. It's late afternoon and directly after lunch, so I hope we can have a vibrant discussion after these short introductions. But first of all, of course, I have to start thanking the African Child Policy Forum for hosting this very important conference. When I accepted the invitation, the words of the well-known Swedish young climate activist Greta Thunberg came to my mind. And she said early on that I'm doing this because the world leaders are failing the rights of the child by continuing ignoring the climate crisis. And I hope this forum has challenged this statement that made by the Swedish activist Greta Thunberg. As climate change disrupts the environment, children are being forced to grow up in an increasingly dangerous world. This is a crisis that threatens the health, education, survival, and children's future. Children are now born into a climate crisis, so first of all, we must let voices be heard from the children. The most severe consequences that we know of climate change are already felt and seen in so many African countries today, many of which are also in fragile states with pre-existing tensions. But for children, this means so much more. And I have seen this with my own eyes during my travels, both to drought-affected areas, but also conflict-affected areas. Food insecurity is increasingly dramatically at the moment, and children are suffering the most. And we must find more sustainable solution for these children. Sweden has for a long time stressed the need to integrate a climate perspective into all crisis prevention and peace-building efforts, and vice versa, to apply a conflict perspective into all our efforts on climate adaptation and in fighting climate change. We do this because we believe that development and peace are mutually reinforcing, and to avoid creating new risks and new conflicts. But we also have to safeguard hard-earned development gains and to prevent future humanitarian disasters. But I think we can improve in the context of climate action for children. We need to understand better what we are doing to ensure careful consideration, especially on local realities, and in close cooperation, and also to invite and include girls, boys, and youth from civil society. Inclusiveness, good governance, and human rights with a specific focus on children's rights should guide climate actions. And I think referring to Madeleine recently, that we are still working in silos, and I think we have to break those silos. Just give me some examples of what Sweden is doing at the moment. We have been supporting Save the Children and COMESA on early warning mechanism, including indicators related to climate change, which will be presented soon in a conference in October. And Save the Children is also planning to hold consultations on these topics. Sweden has also supported initiative focusing on the interlinkage between national resource management and conflict, which includes programming, research, as well as advocacy. Just an example from the Sahel, home of more than 230 million young people under the age of 24. Local communities, particularly vulnerable and exposed to climate risk. For the children in these communities, the climate change has direct consequences related to child protection, as drought forces children to walk alone, far from home. Girls must travel longer distances in search of water and firewood, which in turn expose them to increased risk of sexual and gender-based violence. Girls or boys are also taken out of school to contribute to the household, and it also increases the risk of early and forced marriages. In this spirit, Sweden also supports cross-border programs in the Sahel and East Africa. It might not come as a surprise that we are also pushing for equal representation of influence by girls and youth in decision-making when it comes to climate and security. And girls must be empowered to claim the environmental rights and actively participate in decision-making processes, like Swedish Greta and others that followed her bold actions. We must also join cross-regionally to respond to the direct and indirect consequences of these interconnected challenges that we face. And here, of course, we are working with the African Union, and African Union can play an important role. Ladies and gentlemen, at COP26 in Glasgow, Sweden announced that we will double our climate development aid to $1.7 billion by 2025. And we do this as the climate crisis is a global crisis and should be dealt with and through common actions. As already mentioned, we continued our effort at the UN meeting in Stockholm in June this year, the Stockholm Plus 50 meeting, 50 years after the first UN conference on our environment, where actually young people had a critical voice. And we didn't focus on new promises. We focused on promises that we already agreed on, but it's time to do our work when it comes to implementation. So let's not focus on new promises. Focus on the promises that we already made. And we are, of course, from Sweden also looking forward to joining the COP27 in Egypt and continue this very critical work we have ahead of us. And also to have the African voice is important in COP27. There will be a discussion about financing for sure, that's very important. And we have to commit ourselves to financing global climate action. But it's also about political will on the urgent need for actions to achieve a healthy planet for the future generation. Thank you, I think I stopped there.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for the very thoughtful intervention, as well as the concrete actions, put forward through the examples of financing that is already given, but at the same time, the commitment, to deliver on the promises made, before we go into new ones. So on that note, let me now move to Excellency Christopher Nice, who's from the U.S. mission here to the African Union, to give us also his own perspective. Christopher.
Thank you very much. On behalf of Ambassador Le Pen, who is out of the country, it's my honor to be here today. Honorable ministers, excellencies, delegates, ladies and gentlemen, I'm greatly honored to be here today to share the United States' approach to tackling climate change and its impact on children. As one evidence of our focus and determination to take on this challenge, our government, under the leadership of President Biden, has created new positions focused on climate change. My position here in Ethiopia is one of these 10 new positions which have been deployed globally. Another cohort of climate officers will arrive across the continent in the coming year and will be based in the Democratic Republic of Congo, Cote d'Ivoire, and Nigeria. I myself have just returned from Africa Climate Week in Libreville, Gabon, where I heard the resounding cry for our collective action and the need for COP27 to be focused on implementation and especially focus on adaptation. Our mission to the African Union seeks to work closely with the AU's Climate Change and Resilient Development Strategy and Action Plan, as well as the Green Recovery Action Plan, which Ambassador Madeleine has already mentioned. We must elevate our actions, especially the major economies like the United States, to keep the 1.5-degree target within reach. The United States is taking historic action to put in place the right financing and investments to spur domestic and global action on climate and clean energy. Just 3 weeks ago, President Biden signed the Inflation Reduction Act, which is the single largest investment in climate and clean energy solutions in U.S. history. The Inflation Reduction Act positions the United States to achieve our ambitious climate targets while also accelerating economic growth, enhancing energy security, and strengthening resilience by dramatically boosting manufacturing, innovation, and deployment of clean technologies. This rapid expansion of clean energy manufacturing and deployment will also serve to lower energy costs around the world. This law appropriates $369 billion in climate and clean energy investments over the course of the next 10 years, positioning the United States to meet our goal of reaching net zero emissions by 2050 and getting halfway there by 2030, as reflected in our ambitious nationally determined contribution under the Paris Agreement. This legislation demonstrates the United States is serious about taking its part to combat climate change and strengthen energy security, but the world will only be successful in achieving the Paris Agreement temperature goal when all major emitters also step up. We have a real but quickly narrowing window to achieve our shared climate goals. This historic legislation moves in concert with President Biden's PREPARE initiative. PREPARE stands for the President's Emergency Plan for Adaptation and Resilience. Under PREPARE, President Biden has pledged to provide $3 billion in international adaptation finance annually by 2024. It is within this space that our work to address the impacts of climate change on children resides. The convergence of our own implementation of our NDC, helping other countries implement more ambitious NDCs, and tackling adaptation with more tools and resources. PREPARE seeks to assist 500 million people adapt to climate change. As we all know, Africa is already experiencing some of the worst effects of climate change. I myself was just living in South Sudan and was able to witness firsthand the fourth year of consecutive flooding that's taking place in the neighboring country of South Sudan. Through PREPARE, the U.S. government will support our African partners in getting early warning and climate information into people's hands, as Ambassador Hans mentioned as an emphasis of Sweden, implementing adaptation solutions across infrastructure, food security, health, and water, and accessing finance, both public and private, to help the most vulnerable adapt to and manage the impacts of climate change. The State Department is supporting, for example, the AU's flagship adaptation program, the African Adaptation Initiative, and the Least Developed Countries Initiative for Effective Adaptation and Resilience in Uganda, the Gambia, Malawi, Tanzania, and Ethiopia. PREPARE aligns with our rule of law approach to combating child labor, human rights violations, and trafficking in persons. For example, we have been a long-standing partner of the African Union on ending child marriage and harmful practices. USAID partners with the Health and Human Service Commission to support the African Union's Ending Child Marriage campaign across the continent. As the climate crisis continues to drive unprecedented levels of displacement and migration, our leading role in addressing food insecurity across the continent will be critical. Action is not just occurring at our federal level, but also occurring throughout the United States at the state, local government, and ground level, driven by demand for action. California, where I am from, just approved $54 billion in climate spending to achieve a cut to greenhouse gases of at least 85% by 2045. This will be achieved through investing in electric vehicles, transit, rail, and port projects, and cleaning up and stabilizing the electric grid. Let me be clear. The Inflation Reduction Act and PREPARE and actions at the subnational level like we have seen in California, these, even in their totality, are simply not enough. We need to have the voices of children in youth leadership and action to compel us to do more. The voices and actions of young people at COP26 were critical. In every country in the world, young people are on the front lines demanding climate action. So we need to implement on all those plans we've made, but we also know that more needs to be done. It's a strategy we in the United States call implementation plus. In other words, implementation as a status quo is just not enough. We need to do more. We call it implementation plus. The creation of my new position here in Ethiopia with the African Union is one example of that. What does this mean? It means delivering on existing commitments, strengthening commitments that are not strong enough, and creating new commitments and efforts where none exist. This is where you all come in. You are also part of the plus. And I think Ambassador Madeleine's point about working and breaking down silos is extremely critical in the space of climate and its impacts on children. If we can't find those solutions, then we'll not be leaving the positive legacy we want to leave behind for our children. We need leadership and ambition from everyone. That includes governments, the private sector, industries, and young people like you, some of you who have been here speaking to us in the last 2 days, to make your voices heard around the world. We look forward to working with you to ensure all major emitters like ourselves, the United States, step up to meet the moment on climate in advance of the UN climate negotiations in Sharm el-Sheikh this November. And in conclusion, I'd like to reaffirm the commitment of the United States in partnering with you as you lead the fight against climate change and its impacts on children. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Excellencies. Colleagues and friends, we have heard, very strong, points made by all the speakers here. Some of the most important points are what each of the countries is doing at national level to meet their own climate targets, which is extremely important. It is important for their own country. It is important for the one and only planet we all share. And I think the more is being done in that regard, the better it is, and we need to salute that. Are they making progress? Yes, we say. Is it enough? No, we've heard. What more can be done, and how it can be done? We've also heard about, a number of commitments made in addition to the national policies and, target reaching, some kind of contributions to the global good through financing of some initiatives. Education cannot wait is one of them that is very relevant to our subject matter. We talk about, the funding for Save the Children in the region. We also heard about the doubling of the climate development aid, for some of the countries, and an invitation to work together. Now, let's take up that challenge, and I open it up now to you to see what do you think, more can be done? How can we do it better? How can we better cooperate? How can we bring, break down the silos and each, making a contribution towards the common goals? Floor is open. Yes. I wish I knew your name, but tell your name and be as punchy and concise, as our speakers, and then we move to the next. Oh.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Admak Moyo. I work at the African Child Policy Forum. I just wanted to ask the panel about what mechanisms are in different countries to make sure that private actors are part of the conversation, but not only part of the conversation, but they are paying for the climate change impacts they are causing, because I think we keep on talking about states, parties, governments, but most of the world's polluters, multinational companies. So what mechanisms do you have specific tax systems that make sure that even if it's the government doing it, the multinational companies are actually paying for that indirectly? So I'm asking this to the panel and also maybe to the House at large. Thank you.
Thank you very much. No, very good point. Mike, please. Meanwhile, there's a hand here. Yes, sir.
Can I start? Thank you. My name is Ali Chama. I'm from Somaliland. Do you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you.
Speak closer to the mic and louder.
Yeah. Since this morning, we have discussed a lot on the current situation in terms of climate change and child rights in Africa. And I want to mention a few points about the context in Somalia in general, where we have been saying that climate change in terms of drought, floods and cyclones are really affecting the lives of Africa. In Somalia and in the Horn of Africa, I think the major problem is the drought. And some politicians were saying recently that the current drought in Somalia is one of the most serious in the Somali history. And the last one was in 1974, but that one didn't affect all the regions of the country, and this one is much more serious. In terms of displacement for children and other rural communities, that's really making the life very, very difficult. And I wanted to come closer to the point because I was thinking that the real problem, because what we are seeing is much more than in terms of consequences of the problem. But I was thinking that the root cause is not this. Because, for example, Somalia, with a population of only 12 million people, is very small country with wealth of resources. We have one of the longest coasts in Africa. We have agricultural lands. We have resources like minerals and everything. Still, in the documentary that you have seen this morning, Somalia is said to be one of the poorest countries in the world. And therefore, I was thinking, is the problem really lack of resources more than corruption, insecurity, problems, all the problems that make people very poor? And therefore, in terms of, we are very thankful to the wealthy nations for their assistance, but I was thinking the focus would be more on how to re-establish security, fight corruption, and then once all these real root causes are addressed, the climate change will automatically change and the children's rights will be respected. Yeah. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Let me now come this side and back there. Yes, yes, madam.
My name is Joe Dumaki, 2013 United States International Woman of Courage. I want to thank all the excellencies for your lucid presentation of issues. I have 3 questions, one for each of the excellencies. In the presentation of Ambassador Magdalene Gawick, you made reference to the fact that climate change has had a grave impact and that 1 billion children are at extreme risk of this climate crisis. And then you went further to mention some countries, Nigeria inclusive. My question here, the Green Recovery Plan, you've supported some countries in helping them to strengthen their system. So for the distinguished participants that are here today, I just want you to buttress a bit on that Green Recovery Plan and what makes those countries qualified. My second question is for His Excellency Henrik, Ambassador to Sweden. You've talked about the fact that Sweden has put in a lot and also making commitment to $1.7 billion by 2025. And I think that this is necessary because the intervention efforts to reverse the impact of climate change. My question really, when you made reference to stressing the equal representation of girls in security and decision making, how do you motivate a lot of them to be part of this decision making? That's just what I want to know, because it's going to also help other countries, to emulate such. The last one for His Excellency Mr. Christopher. Yes, that historic resolution of that Inflation Reduction Act was really heartwarming. But the clarion call you also made is that more voices of children should be heard. And then in stepping up this global warming and climate information, you've said that it's a call of action that we must all step up. The bottom top that you have talked about in taking...
Ma'am, go to the question. So
yes, that's the question now.
Yeah.
That's the question.
Okay.
The bottom top that you have alluded to in, like you alluded to California, $54 billion that was made for intervention. So this bottom top approach for some developing countries, states, okay, California is a state, the states might not be able to muster such courage. How can you encourage developing countries to also follow that trend in equipping the whole country to fight this climate menace? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, young lady.
Thank you very much for the opportunity. My name is Samantha Tkunda, Greenwatch, Uganda. My question is, in the previous presentation, we were informed that the IPCC has said that the 1.5 threshold is not considered safe to be relied upon for most nations and communities. How are you going to use the science presented to make important decisions that affect child's rights?
Excellent question. Thank you very much. Back here. Yes, sir.
Thank you very much. As I said, my name is Evaris from Rwanda. I have two questions. So since 2007 on the Stockholm Conference on Human Environment, it seems that this topic is the one who has so many conventions and declarations. But it seems that the answer of solving the poverty problems and the resultant environment degradation was just to economic growth instead of solving environmental problems. I would like just to know what the strategies can be taken now for that, or previous decisions and the current decisions toward reducing environmental degradation can give more impact or can provide a good result, because we are still seeing the increase of climate change instead of previous decisions taken to tackle this issue. Secondly, this issue of climate change has the global nature, and that seems that there is still unfair and unequal distribution of resources among rich and the poor countries. Considering that this issue needs the mutual contribution to reduce environmental degradation, I'd like to know how to solve this issue of moral corruption. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So let's take, yes, young lady, then before we close.
Thank you all for this opportunity. I am Uddasimar Talahom, and I am a child rights advocate from here in Ethiopia. I would like to welcome you all too. And my question here is, as Africa being the least continent contributing to the climate change and the worsening of the effects of the climate change, is there any recognition mechanisms is there any recognition that there should be a compensation to Africa, which is suffering a lot because of these consequences, and if there are any mechanisms to do so in your strategies and in your policies? Thank you.
Thank you very much for the pertinence and the conciseness of the question. Bravo. So we will come back, to the audience. Now let me make now a first tour, of responses, coming from the panel. And let me start with you, Christopher, if you want. We'll start with you first, this time, around, and then we go to Hans-Henrik and then Madeleine.
Okay, thank you. I was just looking at my notes. There were many good questions. I will jump straight to the question about decentralization and commitments from the bottom up. I think it also touches on answering a question relating to the gentleman who asked about the crises in Somalia and the lack of resources and corruption and insecurity, and how important the enabling environment and rule of law is, the stability to be able to then tackle complex problems like climate change. And I think that both questions relate to something I observed during Africa Climate Week last week in Libreville, Gabon. And it was something that their Minister of Environment emphasized, which is that when a country does create the enabling environment and the strong governance to implement its own plans, in this particular case, nationally determined contributions and also adaptation plans, and this could be at the state level or the federal level, then it will attract investment and attract finance. And so certainly we want to see that capacity at the African state level exist and at the subnational level. And I realize that is a challenge. And that, yes, I am proud that I'm from California, and it's demonstrating such strong global leadership as a subnational entity. I think that the way that one can create that is extremely important. It comes down to the extremely challenging topic of decentralization and meaningful budgets, empowering the regional and state governments to exercise leadership and to lead from different locations other than the capital of the country. I think this can certainly even drop down lower to the very local level, and this is, I think, where the strongest role that the youth and children can play is to use their powerful voices, which can compel us to take action, and not let us have the choice of delay, because I certainly expect my own children to do that and to demand it of me. I think I've put more pressure on myself because I've taken on a position that is focused on climate change, and so my children will look at me and say, well, what have you done, Dad? And if I can't show them that I've made a positive contribution, then I'll feel like I failed my own children. So creating the correct enabling environment is absolutely critical. And I think it does certainly make implementation to tackle climate change difficult in places where the enabling environment is difficult. For the example the gentleman used was the crises in Somalia. But it's not like black and white. You can't just say, well, we're not going to take action or we are going to take action. It's like most things in life, we have to approach it through the true complexity and the shades of gray, and to do everything simultaneously. In this particular case, trying to foster the correct enabling environment and also addressing climate change all at the same time. Thank you for asking.
Thank you very much. Councillor Reich.
I think I have difficulty to hear all the questions. I don't know if you picked up a specific question for...
Maybe you could answer the question about the role of private sector. For example, how to involve, private sector in the response, particularly, the multinationals that are also contributing to, the climate crisis, how they can contribute to the response and what you can do to facilitate that.
Well, I think that's an interesting question, because it seems sometimes that economic growth and climate change is somehow contradictory, but I don't think so, because when we talk about, for instance, green recovery, I think it's important to not do the same mistake as we have done before, but think and develop the private sector in a more sustainable way. And this, I think, from my home country, Sweden, this has been sort of a long journey. But even the bigger industries see the importance to find ways of producing in a more sustainable way. The Swedish Prime Minister and the Indian Prime Minister a few years ago invited to a platform called Lead It. It's representation from I think now around 12 countries all over the world, working together between governments and industries to find better solutions, especially on zero emissions. So I think especially the big industries are well aware of this today, and it's also important for them to produce in a more sustainable way. And we have so many success stories in Sweden doing this. There was some questions about also equal representation. In the Stockholm Plus 50 meeting in June, there was a special part of the conference focusing on youth and to make young people's voice heard. And I think that's also the legacy of Greta Thunberg, that actually challenged Swedish politicians first, but also politicians globally. And as you know, we have seen many climate activists followed her bold actions. So this is very important to have young people part of decision making. We are trying to do that in Sweden, but I think we have to work in different forums to bring in young people, not only as that we always talk about young people. Young people, they have to be at the table when important decisions are made for the future. So that's a few comments from my side.
Thank you very much. All good comments. Madeleine.
Perfect, thank you. I will try and mop up some of the remaining questions. I also struggled to hear some of them because I'm definitely not a child anymore, so my ears don't work as well. I'll start with the excellent question from my young colleague here in the front. The final question, thank you, and delighted to see you here. That's brilliant. Look, there's a really big issue about the question of responsibilities for historical impacts of climate change. And in fact, within the negotiations, there is a very important work stream. It's called loss and damage. The name is important, but it's essentially about recognizing the impacts that are felt by developing countries from the historical damage caused from emissions that were not theirs. And certainly my own country has made a really explicit pledge to try and move that agenda on at the event in Sharm el-Sheikh at the end of the year. And I know certainly that our Egyptian colleagues will be doing the same. I can provide more information or get you more information on that for sure. I'm not an expert. Just to add on business, the question from our colleague at the back. Look, I think this is really important, and my colleague Hans addressed some of this, but I will just point you to this very exciting water bottle on my left. These bottles are now almost universal in my country. Plastic is looked very poorly upon for water. This saves emissions, and businesses are making money from selling these kinds of bottles to people like me. So I think Africa, as a home of a lot of creativity in the youth, the more and more solutions we can see like this coming from the continent will ensure that companies are innovating as well. I also wanted to pick up the question of my colleague from Somalia. I think it was Somalia, Somaliland. I think you hit on something really, really important, which is that if there is poor governance and rule of law is not established in a country, then any national policies on climate change will inherently fail because the people who are impacted will not be part of the governance in determining how those policies will be implemented. And so I think there is work going on in the AU with the Commissioner Bankole and Commissioner Sacco, the two responsible commissioners, to try and develop better policy in the areas where governance, conflict, and climate change collide. So integrated policy. Which links me to an answer to the question from my colleague over here about the Green Recovery Action Plan. It's an AU document. There's two things, I think, that are very special about this document. The first is that it advocates for a whole-of-government approach. Now, that sounds simple, but those of us who work in government know that it is not that simple. It essentially points to the cross-sectoral response that is needed. So you need every single part of the machine, health, education, transport, finance, business, to all be working together to develop national green policies. And that does not always happen in many public policy fora. The second thing that's great about the Green Recovery Action Plan is it recognizes, I think, our special responsibility in identifying the harm that COVID did to the global economy and Africa in particular, in using this as an opportunity to look fundamentally at some of the issues around economic growth. And COVID was felt hugely in this continent, the impacts of COVID. And it has given us a chance, I think, as a global community to look fresh at some of the institutions and instruments we have for economic growth, and really asking ourselves if they are resilient to shocks caused by both global pandemics, but also the global havoc that climate change is going to reach over the coming years. I think, one other question about the 1.5 degree target and the IPCC. Look, this is a huge challenge for governments. The science is clear, and we need to raise our ambition in our national NDCs for what it is we're going to offer. We have a very ambitious NDC, like our friends from the United States and Sweden. A number of African countries have really set ambition high, but we need every single country on the globe to be setting that level of ambition to meet that 1.5 degree challenge. And we hope this will be a strong focus for the Egyptian presidency in their year and in Sharm el-Sheikh on raising that NDC ambition across the board. Thanks.
Thank you very much. I think we are very close now to the end of our session. I'll just highlight some key points and then come back to each of the panelists for one final word. So think about it, while I'm trying just to highlight, some of the issues that have emerged here. 4 pillars at least that I've heard. There may be more, but I hear 4. One is the science. Target sets by the IPC is one of them. Everything the science is telling us. Are we listening to the science? Are we hearing them? Are we making our decisions be informed by it? Which is a big question when we need to ask ourselves at all levels. Second, I hear politics. Politics can be part of the solution or can be part of the problem. If politics, is not following what science is saying, but are pursuing some populistic short-term gains of vision, it can be a bottleneck. If politics is engaging, showing leadership, trying to find solution to the problems of the people, then we need that kind of a policy and politics to be partners, along, the same line that we have talked about. Third, we have activism. We need that activism at all levels. I think the young people have been reminding us that, over the last 2 days and every day outside of this room. Good is not good enough. Fast is not fast enough. We need to do more. We need to do it faster. We need to be more accountable because too many promises made, too many promises broken, and there will be no trust if we continue that way. Fourth, we hear finance a number of times. What needs to be done to meet those targets and get those ambitions? Some double, some will triple. Some are just, on the baseline that needs to do more. And that means everybody, nobody should be left off the hook here. The poorest countries and the richest countries alike. Poorest countries should also allocate their national budget, and private sector should chip in, and other countries through development cooperation and the international communities also to partner all together. But everybody has a role to play here. Like our colleagues from Somalia was talking about, as well, and then it goes back, to politics, as I mentioned. We often say that climate change, can be leading to instability, to vulnerability, but bad politics can also be a fertile ground, for climate crisis. Again, it is not going to be an either-or. It is not the only word that will not work in the solution of a complex problem is the word only. There is nothing like, it's not going to be only corruption, it's not going to be only bad governance, it's not going to be only financing. It's going to be a mix of all of that, an index, that we will have all to find to get the synergies that we are talking about and getting out, of the silos, that we are talking about. But when we do all of that, we have to bear in mind those that are most vulnerable. And among those most vulnerable, then the children. Not children as an afterthought, but children's rights right at the start, right, from the beginning, right from the design through the implementation and the evaluation of each of the programs, that we are supporting, and leading. There is a jargon that we all use nowadays, in the development and in humanitarian setting, which is we need to do all what is possible to reach the last mile, where people are on their hardest to reach. Well, if the problems are in the last mile, maybe the first mile of response should be there. The solution should not be waiting last, but start first there. And maybe starting where the children are hardest to reach, where they are most vulnerable, where their rights are violated, including that right from the start, should be, the most important thing, to do for us. There are two words, that also emerge. One was said a number of times, and I took note of it. All of that is to give hope, for a better future. What do we need to do now to have the future we want tomorrow for the next generation? But there is one word that transpired that was explicitly said. At the end of the day, it is about human dignity. The dignity, of the child, to go to the bed hungry. The dignity, of the girl that has to walk 1 mile to the water point, 1 mile to the health post, 1 mile to school, and that mile of walk is often a matter of life and death. And that recovering that human dignity is extremely important. And it was, I think, you, Ms. Grassa, was talking about, it's about caring. And that community of carers, need to be built. It needs to be nurtured, across the board, all the way from the community level to the international level. And the communities we started, we are ending now at the international. On that note, I would like to invite, in conclusion, each of our panelists to give their final takeaway message, to conclude the session. Christopher, you have the word.
Thank you so much, Honorable Chair Elhaj Asai. I would like to emphasize some of the same points, the importance of science and having targets, and also try at the same time to answer a few of the last questions that we may have missed. Integrating the questions on environmental degradation and how do we make informed decision makings, the IPCC target of 1.5 not being safe, and the question of what a government can do to regulate companies to exercise better oversight. I'll use an example of the air pollution work we've done here as the U.S. Embassy in Ethiopia. We worked with the U.S. Environmental Protection Agency over the course of 2 to 3 years to help the city of Addis Ababa establish baseline data and monitoring to understand the sources of pollution and to put in place the first ever air pollution management plan for the city of Addis Ababa, which was just launched a year ago. We will continue to work with the government of Ethiopia and the city of Addis Ababa to help in the implementation of that air quality management plan. But what it did very importantly was, and this is basic science, is it helped to collect data, establish baseline numbers so that one can measure change. And as Ambassador Madeline said, the science is clear on climate change, and we have to continually check our data, check our targets, and use that information to make informed decisions. One clear example of how we're doing that right now in the United States is the challenge of methane pollution, which has gotten significantly worse as we've also continued to extract more natural gas in the United States. And we're in the process of putting in place new regulations to put a price on methane emissions and have the companies pay. So that involves, again, data collection and government regulation. Of course, striking the right balance so that you can empower the private sector to innovate and create new technology is also important. But I use that specific example of how we're approaching methane in the United States. Thank you very much.
Thank you, friend. And thank you again to such great questions from the audience, especially in the final slot of the day. So thank you. I guess my message is around voice, and it links to your point about dignity, but also the power of the youth. I'm humbled when I hear young voices today challenging us about climate change. And so for me, my clear objective, one of my clear objectives here in Addis Ababa is to provide a platform and a voice for young people. I think the youth voice is powerful, it's pragmatic, it's bold, it's brave, it doesn't lie. And so I think that the power of the youth voice through events like this, but just also the power of social media, activism, grassroots activism for me is really exciting, and I think is something that I will continue to champion in my role here in Addis Ababa. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Rick.
Thank you very much for being part of this panel and listening to all interesting questions and comments. Congratulations to these 2 days, I would say, for interesting discussions. I think I'm looking forward to COP27. But at the same time, I'm also concerned. We can do a lot at home. In Sweden, my home country, I've been away for over 6 years now, and I see improvements every time I come home, and especially young entrepreneurs. They're focusing on brilliant ideas on sustainability. So this is really booming in Sweden right now. But I also agree about listening to science, and we have to follow that, especially when it comes to climate change. We have elections in Sweden coming up on Sunday this week. And I don't know if politicians in the campaign is interested in listening to science, but I think we have to stick to that, especially when it comes to climate change. And again, I think I have to repeat what Madeline said, to give young people a voice, to give young people a place when it comes to decision making, because this is the future future generation we are talking about, and we can't leave that behind. We have to save our own planet for future generations. So young people and children, they need to have a voice much more. And also one more comment, or one word from my side, it's acceleration. Acceleration. Even though we have a challenging global situation in the world right now, if we don't stick to our promises when it comes to climate change, I'm really concerned of future generations. To accelerate implementation, that's for me very important. Thank you.
And that's the last word, accelerate implementation. Thank you very much.
And a quick thank you to our wonderful chair. Thank you for seeing us through this session.
Thank you very much, Excellencies. Okay, we're getting to the close of the day. We now are going to show a documentary. This is not a new documentary. We produced this documentary 2 years ago in 2018 at the International Policy Conference on Child Hunger. But we thought that this is a very relevant documentary to show before going to the closing of the session. So give us 1 minute though.
For Lack of Will, Child Hunger in Africa, a video produced by African Child Policy Forum. Hunger is the biggest single threat faced by African children. Child hunger is declining globally, but getting worse in parts of Africa. Millions of children in Africa go hungry. 9 out of 10 children lack the minimum acceptable diet. 60% do not meet the minimum meal frequency. Hunger hits women and children hardest. Around 60 million African children are stunted. Hunger often kills silently. It contributes to 45% of childhood mortality, impact on learning outcomes, income, and well-being. It costs African countries as high as 17% of their GDP. Africa produces more food today, but not enough and not of the right kind. The problem is complicated and worsened by conflict and climate change. Africa will have 1 billion children and young people by 2050. Feeding them will be a massive and urgent problem. African governments must commit to ending child hunger. They should do at least 3 things. 1. Make children's access to food a constitutional and legal obligation. 2. Ensure universal access to food for all children. And 3. Establish social safety nets, including school feeding programs. No child should go hungry.
Thank you. That they have a message for this conference. So before we go to the closing, Eric, Leah, and if you can come to the podium, please.
Bonsoir à tous. Nous sommes des activistes de la justice climatique de tout le continent du Bénin. Moi, c'est Ashanti Gileda Shafikat. Je vais laisser la parole à mon ami qui va continuer le speech.
Thank you so much. UNICEF estimates that severe risk of the climate crisis and African children are disproportionately affected. Behind these huge statistics, it narrows down to a single child. This is someone's child, someone's sibling, some water and education. Years of inaction by world leaders, the fossil fuel industry, and multilateral institutions has robbed young people of their rights. It is time we realize that the very system that led us to the cannot continue with business as usual. The status quo has to be broken. It is not climate justice if young people are being ignored. It is not climate justice if women and girls are indigenous people. We need...
Thank you. We all know that the climate crisis, the double standards among you, that we have limited time to, that we're not apart from ourselves. Africa, we're the most affected when it comes to climate change. So that is why now, here, we are declaring a climate emergency right now. It's on fire, because indeed...
Sous ma colle, je dois dire que j'ai eu un rêve. J'ai toujours voulu montrer à mes enfants la beauté de la nature, leur montrer les arbres, les oiseaux. Et nous, la GD, disons cet animal n'existe pas pour changer ceci. Le pouvoir de changer est entre vos mains et de changer cela pour tous les enfants qui sont déjà morts et qui sont déjà au paradis. De plus en plus d'enfants continuent de mourir dans nos contrées. Nous ne sommes pas impuissants. Nous pouvons tout faire changer. Alors, je nous demande de nous dresser tel un mur face au changement climatique avant qu'ils ne nous prennent notre terre. Merci.
Thank you very much, Ashanti, Leah, and Eric. Michelle, Dr. Joanne Nyanuki, and Honorable Joseph Ndaisenga. Thank you.
No, is it? I have or presented a discussion paper and collect the draft, the outcome statements, and this is what I'm going to present to you now. An abbreviated version, because I think I have only case of child rights, Sahara and Africa. This is not a future problem to eat because of extreme weather events, be they droughts or floods. Climate change causes conflicts, destroys children's homes, forces them into migration, and hinders access to protection. The rights of children to life, to health, to education, to security are all in jeopardy, and the list goes on. In some cases, these rights have already disappeared. The development gains that we as a continent have fought hard for and won in recent decades are seriously at risk because of these extreme weather events. Because of rising temperatures, changing rainfall seasons, and crop failures that occur across the continent. All of Africa together accounts for estimated only 3.3% of the world's carbon dioxide emissions from energy and industrial sources. Half of all global emissions are produced by the richest 10% of countries. By 2050, Africa will behold children could power a continental renaissance, social, cultural, and economic renaissance. But these possibilities are now endangered. The economic impacts of climate change are already, right now, creating a future of poor or no education, of ill health, of unemployment, of deepening poverty, of low productivity, and of negligible economic growth. The same young people who could build a brighter future for the continent could also quite easily become a heavy and productive burden for countries that cannot afford to support them, if we do not act now. The African Child Policy Forum has organized this 9th International Policy Conference and brought together hundreds of child rights experts, government representatives, to look at what countries can do, and especially those who are most vulnerable to climate change, by the young activists we've had in the room, who began their work themselves as children from as young as 14 years, from Uganda, Kenya, and Benin. Inspired by these young voices, the discussions of this conference have produced some urgent emerging recommendations. Is that while children are and must future, or if because they are already most effective for young people, and one that we must acknowledge. We are perhaps too used to talking manifests itself in legislative, ignore the transformational strong arguments for action based on existing obligations and agreements such as the UNCC and the African Charter for Children. There is still a broad reluctance to address climate change from the human. Moving on. Poverty is at the root of many of the vulnerabilities that result in violations of children's rights, including those related to climate change. Addressing poverty in a piecemeal fashion has not taken us far. This is unlikely to suddenly change. Consideration of universal basic income, a minimum floor of protection for every citizen, family, and child, is a really effective approach based on collective solidarity through which governments could empower people to deal with the worst forms of poverty. Calls ensure that children come first in everything that governments do, whether that be environmental policy, budgetary decisions, or social protection, or other policies. Governments must be pushed. Child rights discussions, these are essential. Finances, money, is always the critical clear that investment and governments and funders including Western funders, also need to address an urgent ministries and agents' human capacity with only 2, perhaps 3 persons is crucial so that they can advocate. It has become clear barriers. At the same time, within governments, mitigation and assess it and utilize it called place of how different rights issues allows a broader perspective, oceans mainstream and funders, children and their rights, and implement speaks loudest. The country, but we need recent cases and activist ability where it is not. In this regard, at this international has been a blessing for their commitments. Here, climate justice. You now have an opportunity by which accountabilities are in their families and in their community. A global problem of this nature, essential and inevitable. Failure, organization, distance for all of. Thank you, excellent.
Excellent internationale de la CPF et fondatrice, en même temps présidente, et le ministre délégué des États du secrétaire de la CPF ici présent, Madame la directrice exécutive de la CPF, les droits et le bien-être de l'enfant, chez l'équipe de notre secrétariat ici présent, Mesdames et messieurs d'experts sur les droits, permettez-moi tout d'abord de participer, qui fait reculer, à inclure l'enfant africain dans le discours sur le changement climatique et à encourager les politiques, ce qui représente le changement climatique. Et ce sujet a été choisi. Toute discussion menée, qui est la menace la plus grave, et que des enfants générationnels, ainsi que des effets d'aujourd'hui, consacrés par à la santé, réalisation des objectifs civilisés et une enfance saine, préoccupation, particulièrement préoccupé, la faible capacité destinée en rapport avec l'impact des juridiques efficaces, le code des enfants dans le contexte de partie. De plus, en reconnaissant des effets sur l'impact du changement climatique, sur les droits, résolutions, sur les droits des enfants, chez les enfants, mesdames, et dans cette optique, et sur la base de nos discussions fructueuses déjà menées, le comité a du changement climatique l'intérêt supérieur, y compris l'enfant. Troisièmement, garantir et renforcer la participation significative, effectuer des et élaborer ainsi que des techniques, les risques climatiques auxquels sont exposés. Mettre en place des mécanismes appropriés.
You're going to give me the inspiration to say something, because without you I wouldn't be.
I thought I should have this 3 young leaders, a bit of energy, success, sister, or younger brother will not be allowed to leave the next 5 years. I'm not saying more than that, the next 5 years with a healthy environment, and will not be able then to go beyond that age, living a life. Now, my question is, really, if you bring perhaps with 5 years, what would you do? Come at the end of that legislation, we are completely. That's why we can afford that we are very far. Whatever moderating the last ended there, are moving in a different direction. Take
level of the magnitude, small. Finance, you know, this is the right thing. My youngest sister live long. And money trees these children. Grandchild, possible. And you also, as parents, you would do that. All of us would to us about here. Who doesn't talk to us on this continent, wherever they are, in whatever is the capacity in which they are. You are the one who are going to tell our millions of Africans that there is a solution for the climate crisis. And you are leading how to solve this crisis. You know, our continent can, and it must, perhaps I should say so, an example of how to reverse the crisis. We have it all. We have you. Yes, we also have the resources. Yes, even in terms of landscape, yes, we have drought here, we have floods there, but generally speaking, our continent still have the resources and the capacity of being an example as part of the planet, a healthy planet. We can do that. And I just want to thank you. To thank you. So don't mince as you did in here. Don't miss your words. Don't be even too polite whenever it's necessary. Because we don't seem to have the courage you have. And because you have that courage, to commitments. But as you heard me, we want more. Much, 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 much more. You have the power. You are in positions where we will look, yes, at your countries particularly, to say, take the second lead from this young generation. You will be to touch us, to understand our responsibilities. We thank you really for this opportunity, and we thank you for being who you are. I might not have been able to thank everybody, but I want also to thank those who are the media and those who have been taking notes of what we have been discussing, even pictures, and to offer, our deliberations to other people who will come after us. We had also the translators who were not seen here, but who allowed us to communicate and to listen to one another. And of course, there are hundreds of people who worked behind the scenes. I might not have been able to mention them, but to all and each one of those who made this conference possible, thank you, thank you, thank you. And I hope next time when we meet, I'll be sitting from somewhere in Southern Africa and watching and to see, yes, it is not us who are going to give the platform to young people. Young people are going to lead, and they will give us the platform to participate. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you for everything. Thanks so much. Thank you. Thank you. Love you. Love you so much. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, a bit of housekeeping. There is tea and coffee served, so please, you are invited. This is the last tea and coffee. Civil society partners, there is AMC, the Africa-wide Movement for Children, is holding a consultation meeting tomorrow with civil society, with its members, but also with invited guests. It will be held at Elili Hotel, 10th floor, Mars Room. It starts at 9 o'clock. Thank you.